All the usual. Nothing out of the normal, is that? No extra stress, just the normal stress.
I hear you. Yeah, if we can keep it normal, we're good.
All right. Call this Board of County Commissioners meeting to order here on February 1st. Welcome to February. And the most important announcement of the day, it is official, Tom Brady has retired. So with that, we have a quorum present. 100% of our commissioners are here in chambers with us. Will you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and follow that with a moment of silence? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Commissioners, we have an agenda before us. If you've had a chance to look at that, what is your pleasure today?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
motion to approve the agenda for today.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add an amendment to the agenda.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
That should have been handled during the discussion and we did pass it up.
we did miss the discussion.
So
What is your amendment? Commissioner Toman?
Well, we already have pre-decision on the agenda. I was just going to add that we ratify the comments that were submitted on the EPA's proposed standards of performance and emission guidelines for oil and natural gas sector, and also to have a discussion on federal land, our federal land use plan.
Okay, was that a motion?
Well, if I may,
Yes, you may.
okay. Did you follow that, Sally? I'll give you the thing in writing that ratify the comments that were sent out to the commission after the agenda came out on the EPA's oil and gas emission standards. And to discuss the county's federal land use plan.
And do those need to be in executive session? The
Uh,
second anyway? We don't need to ratify. in
The-
executive session.
A little bit of the land use plan we might discuss in executive session, but then we need to, if we're going to take any action, we'd have to do it in open session.
point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The ratification, those are pre-decisional, aren't they, Commissioner Toman? The ratifying of the comments?
No, I checked with the lawyer. They're not pre-decisional. The oil and gas comments are in the public stage.
All right, so you'd want to probably add a tab under or before O or before other, I mean.
Yes, please.
Okay, so you'd probably request that add a tab O for ratification of the comments. Is that correct, Commissioner?
We have tab O
Yes.
currently still.
Okay, and then you're,
Oh, okay, so you'd just like
we have
to
a
add
tab O?
on to, we do have tab O and P.
we do.
Yeah.
I've got my
You can
alphabet.
stay with us a whole day?
How about Q, tab Q
Q, how's
for
that sound?
ratification?
So tab
And
Q, ratification of the letter.
and the natural resource plan, where would that fit under open meeting laws as far as, help me out, Commissioner Toman?
I'll ask Mr. De Leon.
Under other, probably.
Yeah, but you were saying you wanted part of it in executive session.
Right.
What part of it in executive session?
Just discussion about where we're at.
I don't think, I'd ask for clarification from our attorney if that would be a discussion item under executive session, just talking about where we're at with the natural resource plan.
Well, it involves people, personnel and people, so I think it should be pre-decisional.
But go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, again, if it is pre-decisional, it is I think as the board has discussed, that is a viable executive discussion. That is an exception to the public records request. And as the board has discussed, there is some of that material that the board does want to include in regular meetings, but with the pre-decisional, I think there is a viability of placing that in executive.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Delio.
thank you. I will then accept a motion for adding tab Q to ratify the letter. And then since we have pre-decisional in executive session already, we will discuss that. And if there is any action to take afterwards, we'll do that in open session.
Thank you.
Is there a second to Commissioner Tomlin's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of these amendments, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Moving on to our minutes from the January 18th regular meeting. What's your pleasure, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from January 18th, 2022.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Tab B, acceptance of the bills, the EAL bonds, abates and rebates. What's your pleasure, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I will make a motion to present or to accept the approval of the county vouchers and warrants, the bonds and the abates and rebates as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I would be happy to second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of acceptance of the bills, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. County residents' comments, concerns, and I always like to include compliments. If we have any compliments as well, just saying.
They're all lined up.
Representative Stitt, good to see you. Haven't seen you since yesterday on Zoom.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, members of the county commission, well, thank you for the service that you provide to Sweetwater County. Appreciate
And
all
you
the hard
too.
work that you do.
Absolutely.
Thank you. You as well.
So I don't want to bore you with a recap of everything I said yesterday at the Pulse meeting. However, this is the last meeting that you're having before the legislative session starts on February 14th. So for its 20-day budget session. So I thought I would come by and say hello and get your feedback to any concerns that you may have. As you know, in 20 days, the legislature will need to do redistricting once every 10-year item, right? The budget, and then figure out what to do with about $1 billion worth of federal American Rescue Plan Act funds, and then everything else the legislature might do. So the fact that it's only a 20-day session and we're not allowed by the Constitution this time to extend it. So we have to get our work done. So maybe we'll do less damage that way.
Good, perhaps.
Is that better? Thank you. Okay.
I wouldn't
All right.
bet on it.
So the Joint Appropriations Committee met for 2 weeks in December for budget hearings, and again, met another 2 weeks in January to come up with its recommendations to the legislature. Broad brush picture of the $1.06 billion from the federal government ARPA funds. That's one time. The idea was to have some theme to how we spend it, as opposed to being random. And one of the ideas was to take a third of it and save it for the future, 1/3 of it for medium-term goals, and 1/3 for short-term goals. When the dust settled, joint appropriations didn't quite reach that goal. On the savings, the recommendation is to save in permanent funds about $227 million. So that's about 25% of it. And that would be divided up 75 million to the Common School Permanent Land Fund, 75 million to the Wyoming Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, and 75 million to the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Resource Trust. And then $2.5 million for the Cultural Trust. What the legislature will do with that, I don't know. There may be a push to increase the savings. Actually, both the House and the Senate sides of the Appropriations Committee initially proposed saving a lot more. The Senate wanted to save $450 million and the House wanted to save 350. But when we looked at the fiscal profile, in order to have some money left over at the end of the day, after all their spending, it got pared down. As far on the spending side, what that'll mean for Sweetwater County, I think Green River should do pretty well. There should be about a $95 million allocated to water and wastewater projects under an application process to the Wyoming Water Development Commission and the SLIB board, some combination of that. And so I believe that the proposed wastewater treatment plant here in Green River will be eligible to apply for that, and we would be a priority item, I would think. So that should be good for Green River. For Rock Springs, on the capital construction, the Joint Appropriations Committee did approve $5.6 million for the nursing facility at Western Wyoming Community College in Rock Springs. I had a footnote inserted to that gives the Board of Trustees the choice of whether they want to build a new facility or whether they want to lease under a long-term lease. And it's their choice to do. The difference being that if they build, it's going to cost about a little over $10 million. So the college would have to come up with $4.5 million of its own. Whereas if they lease, because there's a lot of, for now at least, there's a lot of vacant commercial office space over in Rock Springs. If they decided to go the lease option, then they would not have to have matching funds. And from the state's point of view, the reason that might make sense is that if you build, major maintenance costs are calculated at 2% or 2.5% of the value of the building. So on a $10 million building, your major maintenance costs every year are $250,000. So if you could lease for $250,000, you could save yourself $10 million in construction costs. Anyway, but that's up to the Board of Trustees. I thought it would be wrong to cram it down onto the college trustees to tell them to do one thing or the other. So they'll have the choice.
Good.
That's the big picture. One of the things the legislature is doing is putting some money into what kind of basic field and scientific research. So $75 million is being set aside. $25 million is being set aside for a University of Wyoming research project designed for tertiary oil recovery. Dow Corporation is behind that, Devon Energy, True Oil Company, and they're pretty optimistic about it. And this would be focused on Wyoming rocks, looking at how to get the most out of Wyoming rocks in the oil field. And in the past, this research has been apparently successful for rocks in other states, other continents. So this would be focused on Wyoming. Anyway, there's a long laundry list of other projects. On EMS services, perhaps the disappointing news here is there's not very much money so far being recommended to deal with that. Only $5 million for what's called stabilization across the whole state, and just another $5 million for proposed regionalization pilot project, which would probably be up in the northern part of the state. Frankly, from my point of view, I don't think that's enough money to really move the needle or change anything. So ambulance service remains sort of unsolved as yet. There may be some budget amendments on the House and Senate floor perhaps about that, but we're working on that. That's kind of the big broad brush of it. I don't want to waste, you've got a lot of things on your agenda today. I don't want it to take too much of your time. On redistricting, your county clerk has been very diligent to attend the meetings live and in person. She knows more about it than I do, as Commissioner Smith as well. The latest plan is to increase the size of the legislature from 60 House representatives to 62 and increase the number of senators from 30 to 31. I was surprised that passed. I can't imagine that I will be voting for that, but we'll see what happens. They also passed what they called a backup plan. So we'll see what happens.
Super confident in the first one.
The first plan must be good then.
Right. So I think the backup, for the average person on the street here in Sweetwater County, I don't think anyone's really going to notice much on redistricting. I don't think. However, I don't think I haven't had anyone on the street come up to me and say, would you please increase the number of legislators? That's what we really need for Wyoming is more legislators. I have not heard anyone say that. The effect of it, I think, if they did go to 62 House representatives would be to just dilute our representation by that amount because the extra representatives would go to Cheyenne and to Casper essentially. And I just don't see a pressing public necessity for that. So that's it. Stay tuned. And, I welcome certainly your input during the session. If you hear or see me saying something that sounds really dumb, please let me know right away. Okay.
Can do.
So my cell phone is 389-7735. Texting is a good way to communicate with me. If you leave a voicemail, I will return the message eventually, but that's not the best way to communicate with me. So I apologize for that. The texting is a good way to communicate.
Yes, I have a question on, are you going to be able to address the caps on our elected officials?
I'm sorry, could you say, I didn't hear that.
Are you going to be able to address the salary caps on the elected officials?
I believe so. For example, for the county attorneys, there's certainly been a push to increase the current $100,000 annual cap on salary for that. That it was making its way through the Judiciary Committee. I don't know the status of the final bill on that. That would take a statutory change to increase it, to give you, the county commissioners, the authority to increase the county attorney's salary. As you may recall, a year ago, I was against that. We were at that time projecting a $877 million budget deficit at that time. The revenue picture is much better for the state, at least temporarily right now. I did send out some letters to county attorneys and human resource officers in Utah and Colorado to ask what they pay their equivalents to county attorneys. And as you might not be surprised, indeed, they pay more than we do. So Colorado, the minimum is $135,000, regardless of how small the county is. And then for Utah, I looked at a couple of the counties, I think Tooele and some of the counties that were sort of comparably sized to Sweetwater County. And they also appear to be paying more than $100,000. So to answer the question, I'm hopeful that that legislation will be in the hopper, but I'm not on the Judiciary Committee and I haven't followed the exact status of it, but that's a change that needs to be done.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Representative Stith, going back to that one, as you said, a year ago, because of the budget you posted, where are you at it with it today?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Wendling, thank you for the question. I spoke in favor of it at the most recent Judiciary Committee meeting.
Thank you.
Had a change of heart about that and think that we've got to pay our people competitive salaries to get quality people to stay here in the office.
And thank you for that. The other question is in your conversations, do you see the 105 million direct distribution being in jeopardy or being reduced, or what are you hearing at that end of it? And if you feel comfortable, would you tell us where you're at in support or not support?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Wendling, the Joint Appropriations Committee did vote to approve the $105 million and in a separate bill with the formula that's very difficult to understand. But yes, so I expect no change. And obviously, the 105 million spread across all the cities and counties is less money today than that 105 million was 5 years ago. And it's certainly less than the $180 million that it was, say, in 2013. But I don't expect that to decline. I think I will be voting in favor of that and did have already. I don't expect there to be that to be in jeopardy.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Excellent. Thank you, Representative Stith. Well,
Thank you.
many of us
Thank
see
you
you
very
down
much.
there and we'll stay in touch. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Any other resident compliments, comments, or concerns? No? Oh,
Well, I would just like to publicly thank Representative Stith and the others who participated in the 2-hour pulse meeting yesterday that gave updates on what the legislature was doing. Thank you.
That was a good meeting. Lots of information there. So lots of work being done. Thank you. We'll move on to tab C then. A request to approve Amendment 1 to the fiscal year 2022 Community Services Block Grant Contract and Subgrantee Contract. It's a mouthful, so that must be Christina Marshall.
Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Chairman, Commissioners, and just for point of order, I think the biggest news is about the border war last night.
Oh, well,
Not Tom
okay.
Brady.
I agree.
That was last night. This morning.
So now that I've got your attention, this should be very, very easy. As you all may recall, you approved a community services block grant last September. That grant is to assist low-income people in the community to overcome the effects of poverty. Well, since that approval, I have an amendment in front of you. The bottom line is this is to modify the language in that agreement so that the income eligibility guidelines automatically defers to what the ongoing poverty guideline is with Congress. So you'll see currently it's 125%. And then the modified amendment states that it is just to be at the federal poverty guidelines, so whatever is current. Now, the reason for this is so that healthcare providers, Health and Human Services can reach out to more people in the community. Commissioner Shanefield knows this grant very, very well. To put it in perspective, a household of 2 people serving a poverty income level of 125%, their income could only be maxed out at $21,775,000. Now with the 200% poverty guideline, which is currently approved by Congress, that increases to $34,840. So bottom line, this is an amendment to provide flexibility and less bureaucracy. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. But this, I guess the third important point is, Mr. Chairman, if you approve this, please sign in blue ink. Thank you.
That's all I sign in nowadays. Questions? Comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah. Ms. Marshall, with the flexibility and changes that could come back and forth through the year, I see that this motion will allow that adjustment without you having to come back and request changes to the.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Wendling, that is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right. What's your pleasure, my fellow commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I will make a motion to approve. Hold on, let me get the number. To approve the Amendment 1 to the fiscal year 2022 Community Services Block Grant Contract and Subgrantee Contracts as presented. And authorize chairman to sign in blue ink.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second as well. Thank you. Motion second, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Marshall.
Thank
Great
you.
work.
Go Pokes.
Go Pokes.
Folks.
Tab D, request approval of resolution 22-02-CC-01, authorization of a special prosecutor by John De Leon. What do you have for us, Mr. De Leon?
As you know, the Sweetwater County and prosecuting attorney represents the county in criminal, civil, and juvenile matters. Occasionally, the county attorney determines that there is the appearance of a conflict or an actual conflict. In such cases, he asks the board to approve a resolution approving a special prosecutor. In this case, he has spoken with the Fremont County Attorney. They've agreed to represent in this matter. As Commissioner Toman had asked previously, there's not any additional cost. That's something that the counties do for each other when a conflict arises. As such, we would ask that you for a motion to approve resolution 22-02 CC-01.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. On questions regarding this procedure, which we've done several times before? Okay, what's your pleasure, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve resolution 2202 CC-01.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. That resolution passes. Thank you for that work. And tab E, we have a discussion, Boy Scout of America's use of Pioneer Trails Park. Mr. Legursky, come on down. You're the next contestant.
Price probably isn't right.
Oh, looks like it is on this one.
It is.
It doesn't look so bad.
No, it's not. I just like to have a discussion with you guys. We get this year is probably the most we've ever had for reservations out at Pioneer Trails Park, which is a great park out by Jenner, if you guys are familiar with it. The problem is in all of our parks, we have a no overnight camping rule, just in general. So we can do that. Boy Scouts of America wants to have, I think right now we're at 6. We'll probably end up with about 10 total requests over. I think the first one's for 5 days. The next couple are for 3 days each for them to have overnight camping in that park. The problem with that is it's not set up for overnight camping. It's not, doesn't have designated camping spots. It doesn't have other things. I think it's a great use for the park, but with our rules, we say no overnight camping. So I wanted to bring that for you guys to let you guys decide exactly what you want to do on that. The hard part about the Boy Scouts of America is they can put a reservation for 50 and 150 can show up. That's usually happens. It just is what it is. You know, sometimes parents stay, especially with the little Cub Scouts and stuff like that. Parents stay. Other people come out, they decide to camp. There's real no way without patrolling it and policing it with the Parks Department that we can go through and, you know, I guess, you know, kick people out or do that kind of thing. Back 6-8 years ago, when they used to have caretakers at the park that stayed at the park, we were able to police that a lot better, but we just can't now. So I just want to know what you guys want to do. Possibly have a discussion. You know, like I said, I think it's a great use for the park, but we just have no way of monitoring it. You know, the Boy Scouts of America does a great job of cleaning up after themselves for the most part. But it's just I guess the easiest way to put it is when you put a tent down, it never comes back in this, you know, in the desert. When you're up in the mountains, you put a tent down, the grass goes down, and then 3-4 days later, it comes back up. When you're out there and you put 100 tents out there or 60 tents out there for 5 days, that grass is gone. You know, and then you have trails back and forth and stuff like that. So it's up to you guys. But that's just my feeling on it. But again, on all of our parks, we have no overnight camping. So I can't just say, yeah, go ahead and do it. It's your guys' decision.
Why would they ask that? They haven't used this previously. We haven't allowed it previously. So why would they decide this year? when
They
there's
have a
other
couple times,
options?
but it's been like, you know, 2-3 people staying out overnight, you know, or they go home at like 11 o'clock. The parks are open from dawn to dusk, but if they're in there at 11 o'clock and they're doing something, they're cleaning out, we don't care. But it's just this one, they've asked for overnight camping specifically for the leaders and then possibly some older youth.
And then there's other options, other places.
There
Do they
is.
have the same like pavilion, that kind of things, same amenities? that they would-
Well, not really in Sweetwater County. There's not. You know, most scouting events are over at Owl's Nest, which is on the other side of the river. But that doesn't have a pavilion or anything. It is just an open walk-in area. So with this area, you know, it has a pavilion, it has porta potties, it has, you know, the river, everything right next to it. It's a great location. But like I said, I can't give that permission. So
Other questions for Mr. Legursky?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Legursky. There are porta potties out there.
there is, we have porta potties, we move them in and out depending on months. You know, right now we only have probably 1 or 2 out there. We always have to have a couple. During the summertime, we move them around in our parks and increase those. There used to be pit toilets out there, but those aren't functional
Those
anymore.
aren't functional. what will that do to servicing those? Will that, that'll
We'll have to
definitely
increase them, definitely.
increase?
Yeah,
servicing.
one porta potty, just kind of a round number. It services 10 people per day, full-time for a week without being cleaned or emptied. A good example are the ones at Bicentennial Park. We have, I believe, 5 up there, 2 handicap and 3 normal ones. And in the wintertime, we only have to empty them once a week. In the summertime, we have to empty them at least twice a week, if not more, just because of the use.
Other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Lugerski. Just to clarify, so they've stayed in the past, but in a much significantly smaller number.
Yeah, it's
They've
been a
never
couple
had, they've
people.
never requested for
50.
this large of an event. Okay. Okay, thank you.
You know, and it's never been, I guess I can't, they've never stated that they're going to stay, but we know they have on a couple occasions. A couple people have stayed overnight and can't, you know, a leader or something like that, instead of driving home or whatever, they just pitched a tent, you know, from 11 o'clock at night. But
Yeah.
it's never been this many people or this large of a group.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
going back to providing facility use and just quickly doing the numbers at 1 porta potty for 10 people per day. If you're gonna have 30 to 50 people out there over
days.
5 days, that means 4 additional porta potties being serviced every day for 5 days. So I think we need to keep that in mind, that it's it could, you know, when you think about the drive, you think about time, you think about what people could be doing other than, or that they should be doing and have to stop doing it to go out there, take care of that. That has to be a consideration.
I can't remember exactly what our contract says with United Site Service, but I believe it's $120 each time they have to go out and service that porta potty out there, those porta potties, because they charge us by the mile from their home base, plus the time that it takes to go out and clean them.
Per porta
Porta.
potty. In this case, 5 times 120. I don't say that
That's a
4
tough one.
times real fast.
Any other questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
and I don't know if you know this, but what kind of liability would that, because we're saying no camping, is there an additional liability that then would fall into the county if we decide to approve this for this specific instance?
I don't think so, because the Boy Scouts of America carries their own insurance, and through the facilities use agreement, they carry all of that stuff. The hard part for me is, are we setting a precedence? And then how do we, somebody goes by there and sees people camping and they don't know. And to be honest with you, most people don't read signs anymore. So, you know, they go out there and drive by on a Monday, Tuesday and see people camping out there. The next week they're like, oh, let's go camping out there. And then I think it increases our patrolling effort and what exactly do we do?
Well, it would also,
Follow up.
Mr. Chairman. Oh, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Sheinfeld?
What is the typical, I guess, patrolling of that park?
Typically in the summertime, you know, we hit that 3 times a week.
Okay.
It depends. We have to go out and mow and clean up and, you know, and make sure the porta potties aren't tipped upside down, clean out the trash. On the pavilions, if there's a reservation, we go out there the day of and clean out all the pavilions and make sure all the trash is emptied and stuff like that. And then there's a normal patrol that they do with one crew that hits all the different parks. You know, like Bicentennial Park has to get hit 3 times, 4 times a week, just depending on holidays and stuff like that. But yeah, it's usually 2 to 3 times with 2 different crews.
Commissioner Wendling?
Yeah, I know that. That was a good answer from what you guys do, but what about law enforcement? How much?
I don't know. I honestly
With
don't
that,
know. I know
with that
they're out
number
there.
of people, especially young people, you definitely want some on a regular basis, some law
They're
enforcement.
scouts. They're Boy Scouts. Come on.
And they have leaders.
Come on. And they have leaders. Wait a minute. I was a Boy Scout
Yeah.
leader. Hold on.
Yeah, I was too. So we'll just not comment on that.
Hang on.
Thank you. I'm just saying.
You're just, that's
No,
wisely said.
my main concern is when we say there's no thing and then we start making exceptions for other groups, we're going to get asked by more groups.
Right.
And then the other thing that I really can't quantify is how much damage does that really do to the park habitat? You know, yeah, there's leave no trace and stuff like that, but when you have 50 people or 150 people walking around the park for 5 straight days, there's paths that are cut or stuff like that, that, you know, as well as I do in this area, doesn't grow back. Takes a while.
Maybe they could volunteer to dig the post holes for the fence. you
We
know.
could, that'd be great. That actually, you know, an Eagle Scout project or maybe 10 Eagle Scout projects, because it's about a mile of fence. So
Yeah,
there's a couple posts in there.
so that might be an option, you know.
I like it.
The work crew could stay overnight maybe
Yeah,
by the post holes.
by the post holes, yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, just one thought. I worry about this for all the same reasons we've talked about, but you know, Mr. Legursky and I had a chance to talk to yesterday, and about a year ago, Gene, Gary, and I met with the events complex and talked about them, maybe how we could use them to help with our parks and such over the years. And maybe down the road is something we could look at is making this park camping accessible, because it's a great location. It's a great place to go. So maybe in the long run, this could be something we look at as a county, but in the short run, until we have things more set up for it, I do have concerns.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, if
Yeah.
I could add to that, Commissioner Lloyd and I've thrown that around a lot. I've talked to Chris Bradford. It's a great park. It's a gigantic park. It has multiple different areas. There's 2 different loops in there. There's another place that if you cross one of the overflow channels, there's a great camping out there. You got Siskiyou Wildlife Refuge isn't far away. It's a great place for stuff like that, but right now we're not set up for that. So that's always been, our concern is how do we get that set up and how can we push that through the events complex? But right now we're not set up in any park for overnight camp.
Just not there yet.
Just not there yet.
All right. Well, what's your pleasure then, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, no pleasure.
No pleasure at all.
Don't make a motion. The bad part is it forces them to go to other spots along the river, which don't have facilities, and it creates an impact there, but
Mhm.
I understand the concern for the
It does.
county.
Well, I honestly don't, I don't know if the wildlife refuge or something like that, I know they have their big area up there with their shop. They don't really have a pavilion. I don't know if that's a possibility. The hard part is I don't want to kick anybody out because I do think it's a great place for this, but we're just not set up for it currently. And our rules specifically say no overnight camping,
Well, as does the refuge, no overnight.
no
camping.
camping, right,
Mr.
throughout the
Chairman-
whole refuge.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
all they're requesting is to stay overnight. They could still use it during the day.
Correct. They can use it from dusk to dawn.
Thank you.
Absolutely. No action to take? Anybody? Anybody? Okay.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, the other thing too is that does not mean the park is shut down. It's still, we cannot shut down the park for any one individual or any one individual group. We've had that request with weddings. Hey, can you shut this park down? No, they're free use parks. Anybody can use them at any time. So
Very good. Okay. Guess that's our answer then. No approval there. We'll move on to tab F then. With Mr. Legursky and Mr. McLean. Request approval to restaff position in the engineering department. Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. Before you is a request. This is an issue that we've discussed several times in the past to restaff a assistant county engineer position. We've had this discussion a few times. Right now, it's being addressed as part of the budget process. Obviously, we're working on building the personnel budget for the departments and for adds, new positions in there, those have to be approved through the normal process before they'll be added. And so what's in front of you is a request to restaff this position, the associate costs. And I think Gene probably can give you a little more information in terms of his thoughts and the history where we're at with that. But yeah, I think.
Before you leave, Gary, this request to restaff, we usually have a comparison of what it was before and what it will be now to rehire.
Yeah, we haven't had a position.
So this is a new position, not.
Well, we've probably had this at some point, but we'd have to go back a long time.
Okay.
Not in the recent history. So a comparison probably doesn't help too much in that you're talking, I don't know, 12 years or a long time.
Sure. Okay.
So, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gene, make your case.
So to answer your question, when I first got here, we did have an assistant county engineer position. I came in the spring of 2016 and he left in the fall of 2017. he was at $120,069, single family insurance back at that point of time. On that, we also had a county surveyor in the department that was at $106,468, a facilities manager that was at a rate of $135,260, and a facilities admin custodian that was at $56,000 for a total cost of $418,259. Now there has been, if we hire this position back at 130,000, I believe, I can't remember the exact number. And then there has been some adjustments in other people's pay to pick up the slack, but we're still saving approximately $200,000 even with hiring this position back. It's needed. The problem with that we have is, you guys know that the county is really big, and some of the stuff that I'm not able to do just because of time constraints in our 4 or 5 month construction season is be able to run around the county and make sure projects are getting done and visiting all the roads, on at least a bi-weekly basis, to get out and do that, to do traffic counts, to be able to go out and measure cracks, to do projects and stuff like that that are just a little bit falling behind. I don't want to point the finger at myself, but there's always more hours in the day, but sometimes you run out of daylight. So it'll be one of those ones where you can get out and you can do it. The other thing is succession planning. I'm not old, but I'm not young. And I actually learned one thing. We were talking to the state engineer's office on a previous committee that I sit with, and he calls it the beer truck or bread truck principle. And when he took over the state engineer's position, he makes everybody write down what their duties are and put it in a top drawer in case they get ran over that day by a beer truck or a bread truck that somebody can pull out and at least get through the next 6 months. And he said, some of those things are a page long, some of them are 25 pages long, depending on where they are at in my state engineer's office. And that's one of the things I think we need to look forward to, because if, I do get hit by the bread truck or bird truck, hopefully he backs over me and I'm done. But it's one of those things that I have great people working underneath me, but the cohesiveness and stuff like that and the ultimate goals of everything aren't communicated by anybody except for myself.
Is there a difference between getting hit by a beer truck and a bread truck?
I think just the
couldn't be
type of
just one.
people that will be celebrating, but knowing my stature in the county, I think everybody will be celebrating, so it really doesn't matter. Yeah, if it's full of bread, I think it's kind of, it's kind of like a ton of feathers or a ton of lead. Which one weighs more?
Fair enough.
Both of them weigh 80,000 pounds, so they'll
Curious
take care
why
of
you
you.
needed 2 trucks instead of one. Questions for Mr. Legursky? Well presented. Funny that you can remember all the past numbers, but you're 137,000 for this one.
Yeah,
That's the number.
I have the sheet, but I didn't want to dig through it, so sorry
All right.
about that.
No worries. Questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before you discuss, I think one important thing is to understand that, and Gene didn't mention, as part of the way that we've tried to address this is contracting services. So as Gene mentioned, when we needed engineering services, which were occasionally our surveying services, he has a small budget and we go get engineering or surveying services. And so we saved a ton of money for this, what, $5,000 or $6,000? What's the most of our spend?
I have 25,000 in the budget, but at the most I use 20.
Yeah, so that's kind of been the approach, and he's used contract engineering services on the big projects as much as possible. I think where that runs into a problem is more in the day-to-day administration. It's hard to let bids out for services for those sort of day-to-day projects. I think the intent is to continue to contract out services where they make sense to run or design large projects. But I think the point is it's hard to do that in running day-to-day operations with contract services. So the original game plan, the way we tried to meet that need as much as possible, is to use contract services where possible to support project management, project design, and project implementation. So this is kind of that gap in between those large projects that lend themselves to that and more day-to-day administration of government.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
is there a job description for this position?
Yeah, we originally developed that. It'd be something worth going back if there is any changes in the current environment, but I think it's reasonably current. Yeah.
Okay, could we have a copy of it, please? I'd like a copy of it and look through it before I decide.
Questions? Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have questions, but I can't tell you how impressed I have been with our department heads. And I know Gene's department has been one of the most efficient. I mean, he runs a very streamlined, cost-efficient operation that we're very lucky to have you. And you reach out to help with other projects too, which we very much appreciate.
Yeah, watch out for the beer trucks and the bread trucks.
Mr. Chairman, that definitely will not be part of my decision. Gene. You know how much you're appreciated.
Absolutely.
This is apples and oranges.
For sure. Then what's your pleasure, commissioners? For the request to approve restaff a position in the engineering department for an assistant county engineer.
Mr. Chairman, I would,
Commissioner Wendling.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we postpone until we have an opportunity to review the job description and have a little more discussion. I know it's adding a position, but we need to scrutinize and look at these positions as we have through other departments and possibly see if they cannot be some way and how combined with something else, if possible. Slow is better. I think the money's always been in your budget, hasn't it, Gene, from year to year?
It has until last year, and at your request, I took it out.
Take it out, yeah, but we can always do a budget amendment. We always said.
We did, but this one, I just wanted to make sure because we're moving up the budget process by a month. So I just want to make sure
Yeah.
this is on so we can budget it for July.
No, I think that's very reasonable, but I'm till we go through some other things, I'd like to see this postponed for a period of time. So I'd make a motion to postpone it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Do we have a second? With no second, then that motion fails. Is there another motion I'd entertain?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to restaff that position as assistant engineer.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
For the reasons I had mentioned it through the questioning, I do want to go on record that I will be voting no on it, Gene, until we look at it further. I'm more than happy at another time, once we take a look at everything. You know, I'm not saying it's not needed. I'm not saying it's not supported. I'm not saying it's not important, but you know, we've been without it and that type of thing. And I don't think it's time to start adding things until we get through some other things and that type of thing. So just so the board knows, and Mr. Legursky and Mr. McLean, I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wendling. Any other comments? Discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I know I second it to go through and I do support this position, but I can see where Mr. Wendling is coming from. And if he needs a little more time to take a look at it, I could reconsider the postponement for a meeting to decide, to think about it if the rest of the commission's there, because I think it's important that we vet out these changes. And I've had a chance to do some of my own looking and analysis after knowing this was coming up and kind of looking at our department configurations, and do feel this is a needed position. And I've been able to come to that determination over time and review and discussion with Gene and different things like that. But I will be honest and say if other people need that time, because I think at times as a commission, we rush to quickness. And even though I feel I'm diligent in knowing the information to move forward in this position, if other people need time, I could work on that. I could work with that for a meeting.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Mr. Chairman, roll call vote, please.
Let's do that then. We will start with Commissioner Lloyd. Start at the far end.
Aye.
Commissioner Tillman,
Aye.
Commissioner Shanefield,
Aye.
Commissioner Wendling,
No.
Commissioner Smith, aye. So we are approved 4-1. Thank you, Mr. Legursky, and we will move on to tab G, which is also Mr. Legursky and Mr. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. I know it doesn't appear it, but spring's trying to make its way upon us, and in an effort to start the recruitment process for seasonal positions in the Parks and Rec Department, before you is a request to request 6 seasonal positions. As indicated on the sheet, some of the positions are 6-month, some of the positions are 2-month, and that's an attempt to cover kind of the main season, bring a couple on, have the bulk work through the middle of the summer, taking care of the parks, and then hopefully a couple around to round out the fall when most go back to school. And so you have the summary of the cost for each of those there, the total about 109,000.
Thank you, Mr. Ligursky. You said 6. I see 8 on here.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 8. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Wendling.
Mr. McLean, has there been an effort to look at possibly combine staffing the seasonal positions throughout the county in another fashion?
Mr. Chairman, if you're talking about the combining with the fire department, that has been done and discussed several times, and has in part been utilized when it's available. As you know, the fire crews since I've been at the county have assisted with things like tree pruning, brush clearing, grass cutting, trying to mitigate fire hazards in the park. The discussions, which I think Gene can speak to more specifically with respect to the full-time replacement, stalled around the issue of the need for the parks to be maintained on a regular basis. In other words, when parks are used, as you know, specifically on weekends, pavilions and other things become dirty, pop spilled, things like that, they have to be cleaned on a regular basis. Similarly, with the sports fields being mowed and maintained on a regular basis, was difficult to manage around the unpredictability of fire. So one of the things with, as you know, with wildland fires is that when crews go out, they can be on them for a few hours. They can be on them for several days. And often we're on fires to clean up with that. So the difficulty, and I'll let Gene speak to those conversations more specifically, but is in trying to find ways to work around the unpredictability where the parks have specific intervals to be cleaned.
Thank you for that. Although I realize those conversations may have taken place and that type of thing, but I would be interested and encourage the commission maybe that we take a deeper look at it and hear from both directors and see if there isn't a possibility that it may or may not work out. Because if you take a look at it, if there's a way that yes, in this case, the fire seasonals can adjust their schedules, or based on last year, they didn't have that many fires. I mean, you can't predict them, but if they are working in the park, we do know that there's an on-call group that could come in and help with the parks while the other crews are fighting fires. But I don't, when we're in a position where we're looking at duplicating services, I think those duplication of services don't just mean with the cities and other towns. I think they also mean within the county. And I think it's worthy of the conversation to have and involve the fire warden as well as Mr. Ligursky to have a open and honest conversation of first of all, Find out if it could work. And not just throw it out because we don't think it's going to work. You're looking at a savings of, if possible, if it works out, of over $100,000. If it works out, I guess maybe, Gene, I could back up and say, yeah, let's change my vote on the assistant engineer because it damn near pays for it. But with that, I just really think, we're busy finding efficiencies in other arenas, but here's one that, yeah, it's talked about, but has it really been talked about? I haven't heard anything about it. And it'd be a conversation that I think this commission needs to all five hear about it, how it would work, rather than one of us at a time. I've asked the question. I haven't asked it of Gene, but I've asked the question because I kind of know how Gene feels about it because I've heard this before. But you know what? I'm hearing that maybe, all five of us need to hear both sides of it. So, Mr. Chairman, I again, here's another situation where I've heard my fellow commissioners trying to conserve dollars, and here's an opportunity that may present itself. And I think we need to take a little further look. Now, just one vote. But again, too, I would encourage us to postpone it, and I would encourage us to have invite in the fire warden as well as Mr. Gursky and sit down and say, hey, could this work? And work from the positive end that maybe it could, rather than throw up hurdles that says it's not going to work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Wendling. Mr. Legursky, what do you got to respond to that?
Well, if I could say something first, we have had
Hold
those
on,
discussions.
Hold on. I asked Mr. Legursky
Okay.
to respond.
All right,
I
thank
guess
you.
a couple things, and I welcome if any of you guys want to sit down, if we want to make a committee and look at the Public Works Department and help find efficiencies. I can actually tell you guys where most of the efficiencies are. Problem is that we got 10,500 square miles, 1,200 miles of road, 13 parks, 8 buildings that cover a wide variety. So some of it is in travel time, and that really hurts. A lot of it is in people being able to take vacations and stuff like that, and being able to do stuff in the middle of summer when we are, a 4-month summer construction season. And then also not the unpredictability of what the oil and gas fields are going to do as far as roads. Who's going to show up at the parks, what reservations are going to come in. The interesting thing about that is I do have a real world example, and I haven't discussed this with Mike. As you know, our park in Jamestown was losing water. We lost a pump back in June, put in a smaller pump, shelled that pump out in July, and tried to put in a third pump. We weren't being able to keep up with water. So I can remember in August, we asked the fire, hey, can you guys go out and pump this when you're available? From August through Thanksgiving, I believe there were 16 total days that pump was able to fill the thing. And part of it was because of other commitments that they were doing. They were helping build a trail up at the college. They were helping do their Sawyer training and fire loading stuff out at different parks, which is much needed, and I'm grateful for. The hard part is the unpredictability, but if we want to sit back and review this, I'm always up for that. I don't take offense to that. One of the things that I did is, if you look at my cost for my summer hires back in fiscal year 21, it was $128,498. You guys allowed us to buy some more equipment, bigger equipment. We got rid of older equipment, so it made us more efficient. I was able to drop that down last year to $96,404, and found out, because the unpredictability of summer hires, 6-month people staying for 4 months or 5 months, and some efficiencies that we weren't able to gain because of travel time that I overlooked. I felt that we needed to add 2 more people back to that. It's still at a cost of $109,068, which from 2 years ago, that's still a savings of $19,000. But if we want to pause this and look at it, I welcome it. Because like Commissioner Coleman said, I think you guys hired me to find efficiencies and to look at stuff and to combine stuff and do other stuff. And I don't have a problem with that. But we are coming up. Most summer hire jobs are out already. We need to get this in the books. We also need to budget it, or you guys need to budget it. So we need to do that. And I don't want to slow up that process, but whatever you guys are willing to do, I'm happy with that.
Thank you. Commissioner Shanefield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So My question was, Mr. Legursky, when do we usually hire for these positions? When are they usually filled? And you just mentioned it, is postponing this going to greatly limit you in being able to hire the people that you are hoping to hire? Because I know that we had the same discussion when Mike came in for his seasonal firefighters, and that passed to get them, to get them hired. And so, and I understand that he has a different market that he's looking at. But I also don't want to leave you short for the summer, and make sure that we don't have anything while we're working through fire and, some different options with that as well. I don't want to cut different areas and make it for you unable to do your job this summer.
No, and typically what we do is, as you guys well know, we had a full-time, 2 full-time positions at the parks. We have our park recreation supervisor, and then we had a full-time shooting sports thing that worked all year round. When we lost somebody in the facilities department, we actually combined those 2 positions. So that person actually worked 6 months for parks, 6 months for facilities. He will go back to Chris Bradford, who is our park superintendent, about the middle of March. And we try to hire our first set of people, our first crew of 3 to start in April, with the cleanup, the leaves, the getting the sprinkler systems proofed, all of that kind of stuff about the middle of April. That all depends on weather. If it's wet and stuff like that, we push that off till May. What our hopes are is to get 3 of the 6-monthers in April, 3 of the 6-monthers in May. That way we have coverage all the way through October, November. And then our summer hires, the 2-monthers are actually, it's a 3-month position, but June, you got to remember, is covered, or May is covered in a different budget session. So depending on when the kids get out of school, it's usually that first, second week of May. We hire 1 through August. And then if somebody comes later, because school districts or some universities and stuff like that don't get out until the end of May, we hire that one in June, and they stay until they go back to school.
Thank you. Commissioner Tolman.
I was just going to add that the special committee, considering county fire, we did have the discussions. And I think it's a different job that the fire seasonals can offer, which is the fire prevention, brush trimming, that kind of thing. It's different than the daily maintenance.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'll agree with everything that's being said, but when we talk about the ability to do different jobs, you're talking mowing grass, you're talking things that these guys, can do if it works to pull them together and be able to do it. It's just the committee may have had that conversation, but I still, as a commissioner, as we move forward, which we'll see, and I'll just reference our liaison stuff that we're putting together. We're starting to have groups, individuals coming to us. So all 5 of us commissioners know what's going on with those rather than just one. And hopefully we get reports out and that type of thing. So yeah, the committee may have had that conversation, Mr. Tolman, but I still want to hear, for my own benefit as a commissioner, it's still a thought that hasn't had a real good, it hasn't been vetted real good, in my opinion, with all of us. And it's not that difficult to have the conversation. And if by chance and majority of the commission will decide this, if by chance you want to take a look at it and try it, I mean, it's a matter of can guys that have training in fire be able to push a mower, be able to pick up trash and move things? Are they capable of learning that? I don't know, but we won't know until we find out if their leadership and the leadership of Road and Bridge can say, hey, let's see if this will work. Yeah, you are hired, Gene, to look at the efficiencies, and I appreciate that, and I think you have. And I don't think any one of us should question that. That's not in question here. The question here is there an opportunity to even fine tune what we're doing in the county to possibly see if we can save over $100,000? And, there's always that question, and I get it. I was a fireman, of what do they do when they're not fighting fires or doing some training? We know that our fire warden looks for work for them and talks with you guys, see what they can do in the parks and that type of thing. I think what we're looking for is an opportunity to use those guys even further to save some dollars. And I'm just asking that the commission consider listening to see if it might work. If they want to, they don't have to. I'm just asking for that. Anyhow, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Wendling. Not to sound condescending, but an example of what I try to do is our agenda comes out early. If I have questions about anything on here, I try to go get those questions answered. I feel like this meeting's a meeting for decision-making and some fact-finding. But if we have issues that we want to vet out, we know this is going to be on the agenda. Perhaps those conversations should be happening before this meeting so that we can take the action now instead of postponing it and waiting, perhaps losing out on opportunities for the people that we've hired to run these departments and putting them in a corner. There's a reason Mr. Legursky's here today. I'm sure his timing, he's done this for years. It's the reason he wants it done today. So I feel like we should be doing our homework. I try to do my homework beforehand to make sure that I can have all the answers to the questions that I may have before this meeting. So that's just my recommendation as chair, and I'd like to see all of us try to do that so that we don't have to push these things off down the road.
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Counterpoint. I think when you can ask those questions ahead of time before the meetings and go do it. And I don't need to go sit with Gene and say, hey, on these seasonal things and that type of thing in this particular topic or some of them, because it made the agenda and we know what he wants. If I'm thinking about something different, I want that discussion right here. I want the people in this county to know transparency exists through the entire discussion, question answering phase. And that's where I come from. There's some things to go get. I agree with you. Don't get me wrong, but not in all aspects. With this one, I would get the same answers I know because I know where Gene comes from with this seasonal thing to request. He would disagree with me and even one-on-one. That does not mean that's the end of the conversation as an elected official. That only means that I know already where Gene's at, but it also provides probably the aspect for Gene to know that, there's going to be a conversation. He knows that already. He knows there's going to be all of them do. And that's also what they get paid for. So yeah, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I think what you're saying is exactly right. We should do that. But I'm also saying, hey, there are conversations, there are questions that need to be asked. There are two sides to all stories. And sometimes when we're in here and we present, there's only one side presented for the most part. I'm not going to present the other side. I'm just going to ask for the opportunity that the other side comes forward, because then it's firsthand. We've got firsthand. I'm totally satisfied with that. But I'm picking up on another thing on the action we took a while back to advertise for staffing for seasonal fire. I'm not saying we don't advertise for this. I'm saying we take a look at seeing if we can't combine them. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but I also believe that rubber stamping also disallows for the fact of having a discussion for the public to hear. If I was an appointed board member, then I'd be appointed to be agreeable with everybody to keep everything moving smoothly, like we do as commissioners, hoping for our outside agencies and component units. But that's not the case. I'm elected. And to me, that's just a little bit different than being appointed. Also, I'm not elected to rubber stamp. I'm elected to ask questions. I'm elected to do things and do what's right for the people that we represent. And we've started out doing a very good job with our budgets, and scrutinizing some departments and ignoring others in some ways. And it's obvious. But I'm not scrutinizing any department. I'm just saying, hey, can we be more efficient, which fits the theme of what I've heard this commission do. And that's all I'm asking. So with that, I know we're still in question. We haven't had a motion yet. So I'll wait for discussion to say anything else, Mr. Chairman, but I will listen carefully, and if I think I hear something that's I have a counterpoint on, I am going to bring it up, sir.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. What's your pleasure, commissioners? What's your pleasure, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that we advertise for these 8 seasonal positions as presented and wait until we have further discussion on fire and potentially these as well to actually hire.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
No.
Will you repeat that motion, just so I'm 100% clear on it?
I said that I would make a motion to advertise for the 8 seasonal positions and wait until, I believe next meeting we'll have further discussion on fire and be able to have a little bit more decision around that.
Motion to advertise. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I do think it's important that we advertise this, and if other folks feel they need time to vet it out, I'm willing to give it. But I will also say that I kind of agree with what you said, and I can't believe I said that out loud, Chairman Smith, that
Thank you.
sometimes
The minutes right there.
this is a job of due diligence, and I've been able to meet with both department directors personally about this, and have done that on my own time, because I know this was a discussion to be able to get to a point of vetting and that. And I do agree it can be done, and it could be done in a public forum. But I also do believe that other director could have come today knowing this was an item and this is something he wanted to discuss, and also discuss it. So I'm willing to give time, but I'm also saying part of this job is just getting up and doing the work. And I don't believe it is rubber stamping. I don't believe I ever come into this room unprepared. I feel I come in probably more prepared than most. And I don't feel like any decisions we've made or I've made have rubber stamps. So I want to be very clear on that. But I am willing to let Gene advertise this, have a discussion, and move forward in getting people hired, whatever direction we go in.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to amend my my motion to just approve the hiring of the 8 seasonal staff positions.
We allowed to do that, John?
Yeah. You would then.
We have to vote on the first.
No.
So let's, do we have a second on the amendment to,
Yes, I would second that.
thank you, discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
I think I heard 2.
Point of clarification. Well, I'm confused. I'm not moving as fast as I normally do on a normal day. So I want to make 100% before I
That
cast the
Benadryl's
vote
talking to you, huh?
that it's
Okay, go
to
ahead.
actually hire the positions. Okay. And that would be, so this would be the amendment, then we would then vote on this is
an amendment to the first motion.
You would vote on the amendment. If it passes, then there's no need to go to the other one. But if it fails, then you would then move to the original motion and vote on that.
Okay. Once again, on the amendment, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed?
Oh,
no.
We passed 3-2. Thank you, Mr. Legursky. And you're back for more. Let's do it again. That was so much fun. We'll try one more time.
Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners, changing gears, all puns intended. We are, Mr. Legursky, Public Works Director, is requesting to restaff some seasonal truck driver positions. Over the past several years, we've had a very good arrangement with the Climb Wyoming program. We've had some very good candidates from there and did some good work and had a good relationship with the program. But twice a year, once prior to the onset of the season, either Gene or I or both meet with the Climb Wyoming folks to discuss kind of where they're at. And then after the season, kind of see how things went from both perspectives. And so it looks like for this season, there's going to be very limited availability. The very limited availability of the Climb Wyoming program. And in terms of the availability. So basically, just to be clear that with these three positions, these are basically augmenting the workforce during the bulk of the construction season. We've discussed this, I think, on numerous occasions. One of the challenges for all of the county agencies is you downside, and I think we've reduced about 11 positions in Road and Bridge since 2010. As we squeeze those numbers down, where the challenges come in as we meet the day-to-day, but as projects come up, as weather dictates, we become very limited in our ability to respond to peaks and demands. In the summer, one of the challenges is how to keep the motor graders grading, the water trucks supplying water to the roads. As you know, you need to work dirt, and on the gravel trucks hauling gravel to the locations to make a difference. And so these positions are really augmenting that in the peak construction period time to try to keep all of those pieces of equipment working. And so the net cost this summer expected to be a little bit higher because of the lack of funding from Climb Wyoming. And so before you is kind of the anticipated and requested cost summary for the positions, the three positions that are being requested. And again, these positions are ostensibly to drive truck for us, primarily gravel trucks, hauling gravel to the various locations.
Thank you, Mr. Legursky. Have we in the past been able to hire all of these positions from Climb? Been filled all of them from?
No, typically two.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's been the most that we've had.
That's the most. Okay. Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Hey, Gary or Gene, do you know is Climb having, do you think they'll have drivers available?
They will not have drivers available. After talking to them earlier this week or late last week, and we got notification that their trainer could not come down for various reasons. I don't know, she didn't say, but they switched gears and went heavily into the CNA program this year. So we won't have truck drivers available from Climb.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so this cost will increase by $16,000, $17,000, something like that. One of the things, as you guys will know, I brought this up many times. The Road and Bridge budget last year was the same as it was in 2012 for payroll. That's with increases in insurance. That's with increases in people being there and getting their 3% raise for step increases. And we're very proud of that. In that time, we've also taken on 100 more miles of road. One of the problems, as you can well imagine, in Sweetwater County is the available gravel source. We've amended that with the 100,000 tons of road-to-mill that is stockpiled out at North Baxter. There will be given another 100,000 tons-ish from the state again this year, and that'll be spread out through the western part of the county, or eastern part of the county, excuse me. But our main gravel sources are Rollins, and the break-even point from Rollins is Patrick Draw. The other one is up on the green. That's where we got to haul all our material from. Our water sources out in the desert, as you can imagine, are few and far between. Those all take trucks. They all take CDL drivers. Climb Wyoming is a great partner. Hopefully next year they can get this rolling again. Just this last vacancy, we were able to hire a Climb Wyoming person full-time from 2 years ago. They were still around. They got laid off from a previous employer, and it just happened to work out that, and now she's a full-time employee at the road and bridge. Works great. That's the process that it is. Unfortunately, they don't have it. I still need truck drivers. I still need to get material and water out on the road. So like Gary said, by reducing the full-time staff, reducing the insurance requirements that full-time staff carries, and supplementing it with 4-month employees, we can still get 90% of the stuff done that we need to. We just need some help getting material and getting water out on the job. So
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? What's your pleasure, commissioners? Everybody's a little good.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to hire the seasonals for road and bridge.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. What discussion do we have? Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Gene. Looks like your work is done, but not Mr. McLean. Tab I, requesting approval for Chapter 2 Employee Manual Policy Amendments. Mr. McLean. Thank you, Gene.
Thanks, Gene.
Yeah, if any of the commissioners have any influence at the state level with support for the Climb Wyoming program, I'd encourage you to express that at Waco or other places. It's been, I think, by all measures, successful by all parties. And so we hope that we can continue that. Our work is really good, I think, for their program, because it gives folks a chance to not just drive one type of truck. They get to drive different types of equipment and get to do it on a construction setting, which really opens the opportunity for employment, especially in this county. So I think it's a good opportunity for us, and it's a good opportunity for the program.
I don't know what happened to the CDL, but we have had a lot of, it's been great at Deer Trail. We've hired a number of CNAs from the program. So
Yeah.
I didn't
Well, if you
realize that they
healthcare
were-
guys that get it straightened out, we could maybe get them back.
not in charge of that
Well,
part.
and Gary, isn't most of their funding is mostly donations
Yeah.
and
That is a
grant matches?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same problem that we all have. It's hard to shift gears fast enough if you have to move into one area to keep up, to get the funding and do those things in another area. And that's what I'm saying. Hopefully there's some other things that could supplement it, because I think it's well organized. We've gotten very good quality of people. We've hired some. The folks have gone on to work for people we work with in the construction industry. And I think it's fortunate for us, because they get some over the road time, they get road construction time, they get a diversity of equipment, which is hard to do working for, certain companies. So I think it's worked out pretty well. And it allows them to fill in some practical skills and knowledge, as opposed to just the theoretical, which is, there's sometimes a big gap in that. And so it's worked out great. I met with a road and bridge employee this morning, longtime road and bridge employee this morning before 8, and he echoed the same sentiments in terms of how well the program had worked and trying to meet this contingent workforce concept. So. On to our next item of business, plunging ahead with some of the policy review. We've got a couple things to get done today. So we're sort of following up on Chapter 2. As I mentioned last time, there were some legal issues that were identified, I think, by the county attorney's office, which we'll talk about, was making sure that the language is clear relative to that. I think that was the main point in Chapter 2. There weren't a lot of changes. A lot of Chapter 2 is restatement of the existing statutes that govern things like nepotism and other things. Probably the most notable area in here has to do with the under the section in terms of authority to hire and appoint. So as you know, there are specific statutes that provide specific authority for each of the elected officials to appoint staff. Prior to, I don't know, about 2005 or 2006, the statutes were kind of silent with respect to the Board of County Commissioners. And so obviously it was ridiculous to expect a board to plow all the roads and do all the things that the county's charged with. So the legislature came back and provided a similar statutory authority for the board to hire staff to help perform all of the duties that fall under you. So purchasing, HR, road and bridge, fire, all of the areas, custodial, maintenance, building maintenance, all of those areas that are under the county commissioners, basically not under one of the other elected officials. And so, so given that, we have added some language, this would be on, I think, page 2 of that, highlighted in red. And this sort of dovetails with 2 things. Statutorily, the board, in order to hire, whether it's in an elected office or not, has to be buy-in with the consent of the Board of County Commissioners. And so for a while that we kind of struggled with that, as you saw today with all the positions that we went through. Finally, the way we decided to do that in receiving that consent was just to bring forth a form, have the discussion as we did today for several, and then have the board sign that, which says at that time that there's consent. The board also goes through the budgetary process, but as we all know, and as our assessors talked about, sometimes you don't get all the money that you plan on getting, and we aren't in a position, or maybe things have changed such that it doesn't make time to hire at that particular time. So we've addressed the consent issue by bringing forth a position and achieving consent. So this amendment essentially does 2 things. It acknowledges that statute, meaning that the board, all of the positions are appointed pursuant to the authority granted to the board under 18.3.117 as indicated there. And then paragraph B reads, upon consent of the board to restaff a vacant position, the elected official may appoint staff, replace, so on and so forth. And then in addition to that, this section provides authority, or clarifies the authority for department heads to interview and hire staff to fulfill the respective positions within their department.
Thanks for that, making that ours. That's
So I think that's really what this is, to try to clean up the changes in the statute, make it clear where the authority is, and that, the board is authorizing those department heads or elected officials to interview and hire staff pursuant to that.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Questions for Mr. McLean regarding chapter 2? I like the changes, look pretty straightforward. Anything else? Then what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the changes that are being presented for chapter 2 employee manual policy amendment.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll
Yes.
second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. What discussion? No discussion. Then all those in favor of approving the chapter 2 changes, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Tab J, Mr. McLean, chapter 3 previously presented to us, correct?
Chapter 3 is not. No, this is so it's chapter 3 is kind of probably one of the largest, if not the largest sections, about 20 pages. Just and there are some significant issues and points of discussion here. So we're gonna
Please go ahead. Yeah.
we're gonna do about half of that section today and half for the next meeting. So this section is probably one of the more important ones. Please ask any questions if you go through here. This section has to do a lot with recognizing the structure of county government. So you'll see in the first part, a discussion employee classification. So, and this is referred throughout the manual, elected officials, making sure those are identified and defined, and some important issues with respect to those elected officials, things like they're not covered under the Fair Labor Standards Act. They're not exempt or non-exempt, they're not covered. And so those are some of the things defining. We use around here a lot department head, but what do we mean by that? And so we try to go through those and make sure that those are clear. Again, keep in mind that what we're trying to do with these is do kind of three things. One, we're trying to make sure that the department heads, elected officials, and managers understand the important issues regarding employment with the county. We're also trying to communicate expectations to employees in the county. And then we're trying to achieve consistency in those areas where it makes sense. One of the challenges in this regard is that operationally, with respect to operations of departments under elected officials, there's a certain degree of autonomy there. And there's certain other areas where the county is responsible, areas like compensation and pay and complying with federal rules and regulations. And so as we go through these, we're trying to make sure that we tease those out appropriately. In other words, we're not usurping the authority of an elected official in the area, but that we're taking the position on these issues that the Board of County Commissioners choose to do. And as you know, over the years, we've worked with various elected officials in developing operational policies where they make sense. Sheriff Grossnickel's done a great job, I think, in working and keeping their operational policies and trying to dovetail them with county policies. Recently worked with the county assessor in developing some operational policies within their department, also in an attempt to kind of integrate these things. So we'll just try to work down through those sort of a page at a time. Now, this first page is mostly definitions. I don't think there's anything too significant in there.
Just one question
Yeah.
on that one. It feels like there's a gap between regular full-time and regular part-time. Regular full-time, a minimum of 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
But then regular part-time is 20 to 30 hours.
Yeah.
So 30 to 40, still full-time?
Yeah. So
Okay.
one of the issues that we were talking about in that area that is difficult to wrestle with is, with the Affordable Care Act, over 30 hours requires that you cover them with health insurance, but not other full-time benefits. So some organizations have taken the standpoint of saying that over 30 is full-time benefits. That, of course, doesn't work well with the state retirement system and other things. So we've been unwilling to do that. I think on that particular issue, the decision is, does it make sense to just define that as everything less than 40? And then in the benefit side, try to clarify what specific benefits are in there. That's probably what I'm in favor of, is defining it as under 40. And then on the benefit section of retirement or whatever, addressing those issues. But that's been an area that you kind of take both sides on.
Thank you.
Going kind of to the second page, again, continuing along those lines, really just talking about how employees would move, promotions, again, defining those first of all, and then trying to suggest how those will occur and when the dates will start. I've met with John DeLeon on a couple minor word choices in there that I think have helped clarify that. I think we've got those implemented. The next section, which I think is where we need, want to spend some time and I think is important. And this is probably the area that department heads and managers struggle the most, is with respect to hours of work, overtime and travel time. And so I think it's important to talk through a couple of those. So first of all, some of this has to do more with administration of kind of some payroll issues, defining. I've included the statutory definitions in terms of employment that are currently in state statute for hours of work. How the board will administer and improve holidays. The normal work week, as you know, is important. It's not always the same. Some organizations, depending on the flow of their work, will have different hours of work. This is our current one. And then when on the next couple sections, we come down to things like meal breaks. And so these are the areas where across the board, we're trying to provide some consistency as to how much paid time is off. So currently and historically, we provided 60-minute meal break for lunch. There's a few areas that operationally amend that because they're not in places where that can be done, like the custodial areas, sometimes field work, that's not practical, but that's an area where this reflects the practice within the organization. And then the other issue is with respect to other breaks, and these have to do with what breaks, how often that we're paying for breaks as opposed to unpaid breaks. So as you know, generally, the issue is whether or not time is considered hours of work. So the Fair Labor Standards Act generally says, if you aren't relieved from your duty enough to go do other things, that has to be considered work time. So we've sort of chose that at 15 minutes. Some do more like 20, some do a little bit less, but the important part is to be consistent. So if folks have to go to the bathroom, go get coffee, go get a drink of water, those things obviously are just part of the normal workday and are paid. Those breaks that would be in excess of that, then could be unpaid breaks if such is granted. And so one of the things that had been problematic is, some unwritten rules about break times, and then combining break times, so on and so forth. And so the general language in here is to say basically that the board's on approving other paid breaks. Obviously, encourage employees to go get water, go to the bathroom as needed, but to otherwise be available to work and to refrain from, interfering with other operations during those. The next, section kind of related that has to do with time records. Kind of an important issue, especially now. Today actually was payday. So our day for time to go in, let me put it that way, timekeeping day. And so it's become more important as we have shortened up the timeframes for accurate time records. This is an attempt to address this, as I'm sure the payroll folks will attest. It's always difficult when supervisors and wait till the last minute and are trying to prove 28 days of time or 30 days of time or whatever. So we're trying to encourage and establish some standards to approve time on a timely basis and make sure that those things are accurate. To facilitate the processing of time. This also attempts to address the issues where individuals are falsifying time records or taking other actions that may result in a falsification of the time reporting. Pay paychecks, again, this is just trying to communicate the standard process within the county of when employees and supervisors understand that time will be processed, and trying to provide a clear understanding of that. Obviously, this can change as payroll processes change, but trying to make sure we get those as current as possible. Access to personnel files. This
Mr.
is-
Chairman,
oh, sorry.
Yes.
question. Are we
Go ahead.
live? Okay.
Yeah.
Gary, just take a break for a second. Have you,
Sure.
through everything you presented so far,
Yeah.
have you had any feedback from either elected officials, department heads, or employees regarding changes impacting what you presented so far?
I haven't had any feedback. No.
You haven't had none?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carry on. And feel free to ask questions along the way, anybody if.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
can I ask a question of Mr. McLean real quick?
Absolutely.
Yeah, just one quick question over what we've gone over so I don't forget.
Sure.
The breaks. I don't know. I come from a nonprofit world and healthcare, and no one ever got breaks. In fact, you just worked extra, but I don't know. I just a little struggle with the concept of no break throughout the day. I know they have the hour lunch, but
Yeah.
do departments have their own rules to allow the 10 to 15-minute break once or twice a day, get away from your work area if allowed, or is it, what are we seeing throughout the building now? Because that just seems a little rough.
Yeah, so, obviously, again, these are board policies. I'm going to use some hopefully clear examples, but obviously, if I asked anybody in this room to dig a ditch for 8 hours a day, there would be no one in here that could do that. And so there are a need for short breaks to take a brief rest, for example, for safety reasons, or just simply to recover to do certain types of work. And so those breaks under 15 minutes that are operational are paid pursuant to are just hours worked. They're not even considered a break. They're hours worked. So what we're saying is that there's no other breaks that's been authorized by the board other than the one paid break, other than the lunch hour period. So we're not, historically, there were breaks that were in the morning, breaks in the afternoon, and those things we're saying, listen, if you need to go get coffee, go do your stuff, take a phone, it's fine. Just keep it under, this amount of time, and they have to be authorized. So it's difficult with respect to the safety issue, or with respect to safety is probably the best, but to overgeneralize that for every department, because the nature of the work is significantly different. The other thing is in many types of work, I think law enforcement's a good one. As you know, there's breaks built in, if you will, into the work, meaning that you would go make an arrest, but then you maybe write a report or be back at the station or whatever. So there's some things that have sort of a normal ebb and flow. What we're really trying to just communicate is that one, employees be available to work. We're going to pay them for the time that they need to work, and that there's a time to go to lunch. It's that period. Part of the reason for this, it gets confusing. Some department heads particularly, and some employees think there's some rules regarding breaks. And as you know, Wyoming is a state that doesn't govern this issue. There's no requirement to have breaks or meal breaks for that matter. Some states, California, Colorado, to name a few, provide breaks under their statutory structure for certain reasons. And as you know, there's some federal rules for breaks for breastfeeding and other things. Those are addressed elsewhere. But with respect to structuring the workday, we're really looking at the meal period, 60-minute meal period, and then simply communicating that we're not creating the expectation that there's breaks, paid breaks, any other time in the day. That's really what that's trying to communicate. So if that's not clear, if there's the board has a different position on that, then this would be a good time to try to vet of that particular issue, but that's the approach that's taken here. I don't know if I answered your question, Commissioner Lloyd, but that's kind of the
Let's
approach.
marinate on it for a little bit. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Carry on.
One of the sections, this would be paragraph F, I think is important for everybody. As you know, employees are often concerned about things that are in the personnel file. And the legal environment, especially with a lot of medical information in recent times, has made this somewhat more complicated. But basically, the management of the personnel file is conducted in accordance with the Wyoming Public Records Act. And without getting into the weeds too much, obviously the record is available to employees at any time. And available to others if the employee chooses to do that in the case of background investigations. And then probably more typically are things that come around medical issues where a supervisor's goal is the employee cleared to go back to work, not what their specific medical treatment or condition necessary is. So those are things that would be maintained with a degree of confidence, except for the part that impacts operations. We're in the process, as I've told some of you right now, we have a tool to create electronic personnel records, which will make this somewhat simpler. We've obtained all the historical records from the Sheriff's Department and most other places to try to build that. So we're in the process of building that system. That'll make it a little bit easier so that everybody's current in terms of is there a release, can they come back to work, what the training record is or are for employees. I think that'll be a big help. But basically, this is saying we're going to handle this in accordance with the Wyoming Public Records Act. G is I don't know, in some ways redundant, and in other ways, I think it's important to do this. Kind of really has to do with nepotism. So for the elected officials in particular, there's a specific state statute under the Governmental Ethics and Disclosure Act that prohibits nepotism. And so it's actually punishable by a misdemeanor. And so since we have a lot of department heads and others involved in the hiring process, I've addressed the statutory issue in Chapter 2 with nepotism for the elected officials. And then through some work with the county attorney's office and John to make essentially the nepotism rule here fit within that statutory guideline, if that makes sense. So in bottom line is we try to make so we're treating them the same, whether you're under an elected official or you're in one of the other departments, that it's synonymous with that. So basically, these guidelines, again, which reflect the statutory policies under the Governmental Ethics and Disclosure Act, define relatives as spouses, children, siblings, parents, and grandparents, as well as grandchildren, which was a point that John made. And it's also addresses individuals that would be sharing the same living arrangements, again, trying to coordinate that with the current governmental ethics statute. So are there any questions on that? I know that one's a little bit thing, but just basically trying to say you can't supervise people that you're living with or that are your family and relatives. Again, reflecting the statutory guidance that already applies. H has to do with separation from employment. And it talks about some of the things that are expectations during that day. So it includes things like advance notice, and providing at least 10 work days. How holidays and other things will be handled during that period. Addresses exit interviews, COBRA insurance. We currently contract with a company that does the COBRA administration as part of our health plan, but it's still an important issue for those of you who've left employment somewhere and you get a little notice that shows up a couple weeks later telling you how much your insurance is going to cost if you want to continue it. So that's important.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. McLean,
Yes.
exit interviews.
Yeah.
Pretty cooperative from the employees leaving, most of them, all of them.
I would say pretty cooperative. Obviously, there are situations where we're proceeding in a hostile circumstance, meaning not a voluntary situation, so they're not quite as cooperative. There sometimes they're negotiated quits or other things. We're not quite as much. What we're trying to do right now, in part following this, is to get the information standardized. So where we're trying to move from is that historically different departments gather different information. And right now, what we're trying to say is that it's really only helpful if we're kind of gathering this similar information. And so that's what we're trying to standardize that process a little bit. So obviously, one of the things is compensation an issue for those of you that have read the recent articles with the state of Wyoming. And some of the research that's been done. Is it a management issue? Do we have problems with managers? Is it a working conditions issue? Is it working hours? Is it, better employment opportunity? So what we're trying to work on right now is about standardizing that process so that we get more uniform as opposed to a bunch of different information, which is hard to compare. But I would say most people are willing to do that.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I don't know if anyone is in agreement with this or not, but I'm kind of thinking, we're running through these policies that we all could take the time to sit down and just read. I would suggest that moving forward, we have you make the necessary changes and then email out to all staff to allow for like a full 1 week for them to review as well as us. But before the meetings, and then we come to the meetings with any questions or changes. I don't feel it necessary that we run through each and every one of these, but I think that if each of us have a question, we know this is going to be coming up in our next meeting.
Sure.
If there's certain sections that we have questions on, or there's certain concerns that, department heads or elected officials have changes or things that they would like to, then at least they have the heads up on what's going to be changing.
Sure.
And then, we can kind of go from there.
Agreed. And I like the format of chapters 1 and 2 versus the format of this chapter, Gary. The side by side with the changes.
Agreed.
So, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners, I appreciate the reason that I'm not in this, because there's some reorganization of the order and sequence to try to make it go together.
Sure.
So it's kind of difficult to do side by side on this chapter. I agree that it's easier for me to do it actually, and that also, but this was an area that's a little more difficult.
Okay.
So I think part of the issue is we're trying to stimulate some discussion about key points to make sure that the board and the organization is on board with these things. There's lots of ways that we can do this. And so the point's well taken, but I'd be happy to do whatever's most efficient for the board. It makes no difference on my end. We're happy to accommodate whatever the consensus is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just, I think to try to round this out so that we can move on. The next couple sections are kind of important for department heads and employees, defining non-exempt personnel, meaning those people who are not exempt from the minimum wage and overtime provisions of the Fair Labor Standard Act versus a little later on, those people who are exempt from the minimum wage and overtime provisions, and how we're handling time for each of those people. One of the significant changes in here that I think is important to point out is updating to our current practices. For those of you that don't know, the 7K exemption under the Fair Labor Standards Act allows overtime for law enforcement and fire officials to be calculated on a different hour basis. And so this specifically puts that in here at 100 and for law enforcement at 168 hours in a 28-day cycle. As you remember, when we were doing the staffing analysis for the detention center, we had a fairly protracted discussion about that. I think that's important that we identify that. That's been added in here. This would be section A. And similarly, the practice for fire personnel. And one of these are areas that the limits change potentially as the Department of Labor may adjust those limits, or as the board sees an opportunity for practice. I think as part of the fire discussion, I think the 210 hours, which is within the legal limit, is something that we might want to discuss as we talk in the budget. That's an area that I probably would be open and can make some arguments for adjusting that to something closer to the 168. But that has to do with what staffing models and what we're trying to achieve. Currently, that's at 210. The next section on compensatory time off, again, is important. There's some significant restrictions at 240 hours. That's the most amount of comp time. Comp time doesn't make sense in every department. It's only permissible in government. It's not permissible in the private sector. It's a way of dealing for unforeseen emergencies where you don't have a budget. But as you've seen in the discussions that we've had here, as the staffing levels have gone down, it's kind of like robbing Peter to pay Paul. You allow someone to accrue comp time, but the reason that you're challenged because you got so many people off. In general, right now, it doesn't make much sense for comp time in most areas, but there are some areas that it works fine. Road and bridge is an area where sometimes you have a big storm and then you have 2 or 3 weeks of good weather if folks were off. That certainly would be okay. The key issue here is that if a department's going to offer comp time, that they make sure that they follow the federal rules relative to comp time and relative and have some policy communication to employees about how that'll be done. And then we discuss exempt employees. Those are primarily those that are department heads or have a professional exemption, and how their employment will be handled. And so the next section where we kind of drew the boundaries at travel time, and those kind of go into some different issues. And so that seemed like a good break point with that. So I think maybe if going forward, if we have a large section like this, maybe what I can do is do maybe a track changes model. You know, if there's a change in order, and if they're minor changes, we can put them side by side like we have in the other ones. Would that work out okay?
Let's try it, see how,
Oh, okay.
for me anyhow, I don't know
Yeah.
about the rest of the commission.
Well, it's a challenge. So I'm, give me some feedback. I'm not set on any one thing. And then we'll try to get those addressed, and then we can hopefully move through the process a little quicker at the next one. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, maybe even a sidebar thing as to why you change it, or, just a little.
Okay.
side thing.
Notes or comments in there.
Yeah, instead of having to make a side by side.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can't track changes on something like that, maybe
Okay.
just notes on the side.
Okay.
That'd be helpful. Any other comments?
So what I would say also for right now, since we'll revisit the other half of 3, if there's any concerns with the first part of that, we can get those, and we'll just sort of run back through those by way of getting to approval.
Perfect.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Right.
That's a lot of work, and there's more to be done still. So, but long overdue.
No, but thank you.
Yeah,
It is good.
absolutely. Thank you. We are at a break. Let us take. Hello, Mr. Davis. 2 minutes. I've got a lot of yellow eyes looking at me, telling me we need a break. So Please.
I promise.
All right.
Okay, going back to the policy, I apologize. This is probably my fault. I did not pay that close attention to the packet. But as we were going through this morning, I saw chapter 2, where the current policy in the hiring practice, the hire decision, the previous policy said within the guidelines stated herein and consideration of any department head or human resources recommendation, the final decision to hire an applicant rests with the board or elected official. In the proposed policy, that is stricken. So am I no longer allowed to hire my employees? I just need clarification.
Other way around, it's not the board's responsibility. It is your responsibility, the way I read it. Yeah.
Okay, and like I said, I hadn't seen this until now, but if you're looking for input on this, that's crystal clear and that is spelled out that it's my decision. I would really like that replaced. If that could be put back in, unless it's somewhere else in the policy that I missed, I would really prefer that to be left in the policy rather than removed. There's no ambiguity. It's crystal clear. The elected officials do get the final decision on their hiring policy.
No, I think that was the intent when we went through it.
Okay. Yeah, because
That was chapter 2, right?
yeah, chapter 2, it's the hiring decision. It's really short, it's really sweet. But again, I hadn't seen it until the packet. So I wanted to make sure I understood.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
And this leads me back to, can you please give all the department heads, at least department heads, potentially all employees, the opportunity to have a full week to review, so that they can, come to you or come to us with any concerns. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are on break.
Point of order. I think you need to put it in a motion for that amendment that was requested, because we have a motion and approved to approve chapter 2 as presented.
I think that there probably needs to be discussion about that, because that was my understanding of the policy, that it's already
It's
there.
mine
I
too.
don't
It was
know that we
mine.
need to amend it. So let's have a discussion about that.
Okay. Do you want to
We
do
can have
that
Gary
after the
bring
break?
that back and see if we need to amend it at all or not, because that was my understanding from when we went through it.
Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners, I think I certainly will make an extension.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, we're on break. Let's come back at 10:45. 10:45. Read it again. Go to the bathroom and stuff.
I'm good. I'm good.
I almost had to just get up and go. I'm
Call this
like,
meeting back to order. We are on tab K. Thank you for a quick break. And we have Dave Mead. Come on up and visit with us.
Hello.
Hello. I
Thank
know
you,
you love
Mr.
doing
Chairman.
this.
Thank you all commissioners, especially our liaison, Commissioner Seinfeld. This is Exhibit A.
Well done.
Oh. So as you recall, we had our holiday exhibit down in the community room and our open house last month. That was a lot of fun. Y'all missed out on a really good time. Joe playing and Tim singing and Lenny. It was fun. But, and thanks to Gary, she's still in here for tuning the piano. Anyway, so since that was a success, we would like to ask your permission to use the room again for our upcoming annual quilt exhibit. And I'll let our curator, Amanda Benson, tell you about that.
Thank you. So back in 2018, we partnered with the Sweetwater County Quilt Guild. They wanted to kind of do an exhibition for their quilts. They do a yearly challenge every year, and that year it was miniature quilts. And so we decided to go with it. It was a great hit. They wanted to do it again the next year, and now we're on our 5th year for this. And so some of the past themes that we've done, like I said, the miniature quilts, Wyoming and cowboys, stars and stripes, and last year was crazy quilts. This year's challenge is table toppers. And because of the nature of the theme, they need to be on tables, obviously. And because of our gallery space, it's very small, very limited. We would have to do a lot of rearranging that we necessarily probably wouldn't want to have to do just for a short-term exhibit. And so that's why we're asking to use the community room, because of the space that it offers. And on average, we get about 15 to 20 quilts, depending on the year. So these are, beautiful works of art. These ladies put in so much effort into their quilts. They're just the most beautiful things I see every year. And I love doing this exhibit every single year. And so in your packet that we sent you some of the graphics that we've done in previous years. And then we've also brought some of the actual panels that we've produced for these exhibits. So we can either hand them to you if you want to look at it closer, or if this is okay for you. And Dave can also.
Cowboy Commander.
Nice.
Yeah. One of the.
So Amanda also does interpretation usually without the quilts.
Mhm.
Oh,
And for this year, there's a lot of wall space in there too.
Mhm.
So we'll probably, we're thinking, have some photographs of the quilters doing their work. Maybe have some quilts that hang on the wall, maybe some from our collections. We have a collection of quilts too.
Yeah, those are a little bit more unstable. We had one that we had up last year for a crazy quilt. That's probably the most stable quilt that we have. Because unfortunately, a lot of them are falling apart because a lot of them are made with silk, and silk just falls apart as time goes on. But we also have something that I never thought about until this, when we were talking about how to fill the wall space, was we have a lot of quilt patterns that have been donated over the years. And so we were thinking about mounting those up and putting them up on the walls too. It's something that you don't really get to see what goes into the making of the quilt very often. So it was just kind of one of the ideas that we had. Other than that, so we were planning on doing this exhibit from March 1st to April 30th. So that would be the time of the exhibit. And it would be open during normal courthouse hours. We would be completely responsible for installing any kind of activities and de-installation as well. And as long as the room is open, that's why we're here for a request. If there's any questions that you have for me, I'd be happy to answer.
question is, 2 months, quite a bit longer than our Christmas extravaganza. So
Yes.
is that an issue? Have you discussed that with Gene Facilities? Any problem with having it in that long?
I talked to
Yeah.
Gene and Gary both because, you know, Gary, they have the veterans in there
Sure.
Mhm.
sometimes. And the other thing that it's used for is sometimes during voting, tallying the votes and process. And Gene thought it'd be fine for us to use the space during that time, and so did Gary.
Mhm.
Great.
And as long as we put it up and clean up our mess when we're done.
Yeah.
That's good preschool manners. Nice job. And then,
Yes.
are there going to be times at all when this is staffed, or is it going to be kind of a self-interpretation display?
It'll be a self-interpretation display, very similar to how we had the holiday display. Anything that needs to be kept away out of hands reach will be kept out of hands reach through either physical or psychological barriers that we like
Psychological
to
barriers.
use. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's that?
Sometimes like to use.
Hands off.
Yeah. Right. It makes you think like, oh, I shouldn't touch this.
Ah,
So yeah, it's a little bit of mind games that go into it too.
psychological.
Like a glass tabletop or something.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll probably have an opening event.
Mhm.
The beauty of the quilt exhibit, which I really like, is it comes with its own audience. All of the quilters, and all of their
Mhm.
families and friends, and it would always increase our attendance at the museum. Because, you know, when you do something community-based like this, it comes with its own
Mhm.
audience, ready-made.
Is that something you'll miss out on? I mean, is it worth the trade-off having more space here than having it at the museum and more eyeballs, more feet coming through the door of the museum?
It's a good point.
Yeah.
We would prefer probably to have it at the museum, but with tabletop quilts, we
Yeah.
just
It's
don't
not
have the floor space. I
Mhm.
mean, these things will probably about fill the periphery of this room.
Great.
Yeah, because in previous years, they've always been on the walls, so that was never been an issue, but we always want to try to accommodate the Quilt Guild as best as we can, and they're perfectly fine with the idea of having it over here in the courthouse as well, so.
Excellent. Other questions? I'm asking.
No, you
Sorry.
did good. You got all mine covered.
Got me all excited about.
I know.
So I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
Quilty.
dominate the questions.
Well, did they get a commitment from Mr. Barbuto to sing, you know?
Do you know any quilt
Play
songs?
piano?
Do you know any quilt songs?
How do we do a music event
Quilt
with the
song.
quilt?
I don't
It
know.
would
You
be
should be able to
interesting.
figure it out.
Gary, you're the idea, man. You'll have to.
All right. And dance needs to come on.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Count me in. All right. Any other questions, comments? What's your pleasure, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve the museum quilt exhibit utilizing the courthouse community room to be on display for March and April of 2022 as presented.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
I
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners, Mr. Chairman.
Amanda and Dave, thank you for what you do.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. This is exciting.
Always enjoy your emails, Dave.
We
I
want
really do.
cookies and music and chocolate, you know.
And chocolate.
Don't forget chocolate. I know, and I missed it.
Tabell, Candy Pendleton visiting us. Excellent. Tough act to follow. They brought boards. What do you got for us?
I did bring boards. First off, I'm here, two hats today, Sweetwater Events Complex and Sweetwater Events Complex Foundation. So have some great news to share with you today and a little PowerPoint that I'm going to go through if we can put that on the screen.
Ooh, PowerPoint. All right.
PowerPoint. I won't be long, I hope.
You hope.
Right, no promises.
We can keep Lauren from asking too many questions. We'll be
Right.
fine.
So the great news is the Spicer Family Foundation here in Rock Springs has donated a very sizable donation to the Sweetwater Events Complex Foundation to complete the pavilion project that we have spoke with you about on several occasions. So we have the entire pot of funding to do this project, and I think you're all familiar with it, but I wanted to give you a quick rundown. So the project includes the infrastructure, the timber structure itself, all the landscaping, the hard surfacing, the signage, all of that will be funded by the Spicer Family Foundation. So very, very significant super proud to be part of that. Very grateful. So location wise, whoa. If you're not familiar with the location of that, you can see I tried to put the exhibit hall, the tents, and the indoor arena, which is probably what most people are familiar with on the grounds. So the big yellow star on the top is where the new pavilion will be located. So it's to the south of our main exhibit hall building. And if you remember the plans are to utilize the restrooms in the exhibit hall and the restrooms in the small hall so that people can have indoor and outdoor space. So up there, it used to be sort of a hill. We flattened it out, but up there by the monuments, just south of the parking lot and south of the exhibit hall.
Right where there's no wind.
Right, no
Good
winds.
choice.
We're dealing with the wind in just a second, so. Here is a little bit of the picture of what that will look like on the hill. So the building that you can see on the top of that picture is the small hall. So that's how it's oriented, but you can see the pavilion structure itself is the part that's in purple. So the middle part of that structure is completely covered and has hurricane shutters for the wind. So we did actually deal with that part of it. So the middle part of that structure is completely covered. The two side pieces of the purple structure are gazebo type structure where it just has the open air feel to it. And then the yellow section is all of the pavers and the hard surfacing area. So technically you could fit about 500 people in this pavilion if you have the wedding or something, some sort of project inside and then spread everybody on the outside of that little paver structure. And then you'll see the different walkways and pathways to get in and out of there. There is a second phase that you can see on there, which is an ADA compliant playground. That is not funded in this section, but the structure itself, all the pavers and the pathways should all be in this project. So a couple of pictures so that you can see what that looks like. I don't know where those trees are coming from, but we're really hopeful that they're going to show up there.
Yeah, that mountain in the back.
It's White Mountain.
Oh, okay.
It's White Mountain. You can see
Excellent.
it right there in the background. So we will have some landscaping and stuff there, but it may be a few years before those trees look like that. But the structure itself is beautiful, very well done. Western Timber Frame is the company that did the renderings for us. It's a very large, they're 12-inch beams to withstand Wyoming wind and to make things very safe. So you can see that there is not a big giant water feature right in the middle there. That just didn't work well for the things we wanted to do in there, but there will be some water features. So there's the first look at it. And I just have a few other pieces that you can see. So this is a little better piece of those side structures that I mentioned. So you can see that that middle section is completely roofed and covered and the side sections just have the pavilion type structure on it. And again, another second look at that. We do not currently have hurricane shutters on the two side pieces. We have had some conversations about adding those hurricane shutters on the sides of it, but at least at this point, that is not the plan. I think we could probably come back and add those if we need to, but White Mountain is the backdrop and there is beauty in all of that. So we would like to have that open if at all possible. So that's the plan.
Is that solid roof or is that like pergola kind of?
It's just
like
a
opening?
pergola roof on the sides. Just another look from the top. This gives you a better idea of what that pavers and what the hard surfacing part on the front of that would look like. It actually goes down almost all the way to the small hall there. So as you come into the facility, you can see that a little bit better, but it's a very large area. We have it all flagged out there right now. There's stakes out to show you what each of those sections look like out on the hill. If any of you happen to be in Rock Springs and want to stop and look at that, we'd be glad to walk out there so you can see what it looks like. It is super impressive and huge when you get out there, but it needs to be. Obviously, we're not soliciting small events. We typically have some larger family things out there, so it needs to be big. This is looking at the back of the building. So there is a fireplace right in the middle of that main structure, a gas fireplace, and then a half brick wall, and then the hurricane shutters go between that half brick wall and the rooftop. So that's the back of the building.
What are the hurricane shutters?
You know what they are?
On the picture, what are they?
You can't see them on this picture, actually. So they would go from the top of that brick. Commissioner Toman, they would go from the top of the brick to the roof, and I can send you a better picture of what that would look like. They are metal hurricane shutters. I believe they're 3-inch slats, and those can be opened or closed depending on what's happening with the weather. We added those after the fact because wind was an issue. And then this is just an overhead view of what that looks like. So Chairman Smith's comment about the pergola on the sides, you can see a little bit better how the main structure is roofed and covered and the sides have the pergola look to them. So that is the overhead structure of what that looks like. Very large. We hope to do, reunions, family events, company picnics. I can tell you that we have signed with Airstream for 2023, and this is where they're going to do their entertainment. If this is completed, they will do their entertainment in this area. People will bring their chairs up. It'll be very much festival style. So the band would set up underneath that pavilion area, and then everybody would spill out down the hill. So just a really cool location. We're excited about it. So we're here for a couple of reasons. When Larry was the director, he signed an MOU with you to make sure that you guys were aware of the projects that we're doing on the facility. And so this is obviously a very large project. We have met with Gene Legursky with County Engineering, and he does have a current set of plans for this project. We've also met with Gary McLean and Ashley Smith to get construction insurance. So I think all of our I's are dotted and our T's are crossed, and we are just asking for permission to proceed. This is right now, we are getting structural and civil designs, but hoping to break ground this spring. So completion, if everything goes perfectly and the supply chain is brilliant, maybe fall of this year, but if not, we will be done with landscaping and everything by spring of 2023.
Beautiful. Well done. And I think the Wendling Schoenfeld Family Foundation wanted to contribute as well. So
that would be awesome.
Yeah.
I'll talk to my husband about that.
I will do that. It was a very generous donation by the Spicer family. And I don't know that we could have raised the funds doing the little events that we were doing in 10 years. So this was a huge step for us.
Great. Thank you to them. Questions?
No, good presentation.
Yes.
Just to let everybody know, the property that the county events complex is property that's in Sweetwater County's name. So we insure the property out there. So part of the issue that she mentioned in there is that when there's new construction where you add square footage, there's a process to make sure that if you get a wind event or snow event, before that the contractor gets that there's coverage for that course of construction. And so if we don't specifically identify that, then that may or may not be covered. So the timing is kind of great on that. And so by doing this, it gives them a little extra protection as they try to move forward with the project. Eventually, once it gets going, that liability will transfer to the contractor. But as you know, there's all those things that we don't ever think will happen that happen. And this will provide them that. So that's part of our we don't pay for it. There's no additional cost with that. That's just part of the property coverage for all the county property. Yeah.
Great. Not like drilling a well or anything.
No.
What?
Little difference. So
oh, go ahead.
one more point of clarification, and that is this money will all run through the Events Complex Foundation. So won't be a need for any sort of budget amendment or anything on our side from the Sweetwater Events Complex side. It'll all be paid for by the foundation, transferred then to the county and the Events Complex.
This is all good news. I like it.
Right? Very exciting.
Chairman, I have a question.
Commissioner
You
Schoenfeld.
also,
Sorry.
Let her ask.
Go ahead. So Commissioner Tum.
sorry.
She raised her hand first.
That's fine. You had a grant. How does that fit in? Christina was helping you with the grant, right?
Christina is working on a couple of, well, we are trying to get a couple of grants with Christina, yes. So one of the grants we're working on with Christina is actually a planning grant to do a master plan that would include this project. The other thing that we have talked to Christina Marshall about is the fact that now that we have this money in our foundation, that we would have some match money available. So if there's other ARPA funds available or grants through the state that are directly related to tourism projects or any of those sorts of things, that we would have match money available. So this, if you remember correctly, is the first part of a project that also ties in some renovations to our small hall. So what we'd really like to do is use this as phase one, and then with whatever monies we have left or using it as in kind, use that money to do the next set of projects. So I've had 3 meetings with Ms. Marshall, and we are looking for some grant opportunities.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Events Complex Foundation Pavilion project as presented, allowing them to proceed.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second. Discussion.
Nice job. This is exciting.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Anything else? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Excellent. Nice work.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Tab M. Request approval to add a position to the University of Wyoming Sweetwater County Extension Office. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Yeah, so the university is, extension is focused on filling some of our vacant positions throughout the state. We have 8 vacancies right now that we're filling throughout the state, 4 on the west side, 4 on the east side. Right now are this on the west side, Sweetwater County was identified by us as the sort of top position to fill. So you would be the first position to fill out of those 4 positions. We have 2 areas that we're looking to fill with these educator positions, ag and natural resources, and then community vitality and health. Traditionally, you know, as part of the partnership with Extension and you as commissioners, we've come to you for input in terms of what that position focus should be in the past, and we want to keep that relationship. As we looked at it, the community vitality and health seemed to be a better fit for Sweetwater County, and that position, just so your understanding of that position, educators in that field can either be focused in sort of the community development, economic development, leadership and board development and those sorts of things, or on the nutrition and health side. So really, you even have a couple of choices within that community vitality and health in terms of where you would like to focus. In terms of budget implications, the University of Wyoming pays the full salary of this employee and benefits. So there's no salary dollars or commitment to the county. There is a small, potentially a small operations budget implication in terms of this position can't necessarily operate in a vacuum. They need some operating dollars to be able to function. It would be a challenge given the current budget. I think we could still do it and make this position successful, and they can have some impacts and hopefully raise some operating dollars on their own. It would be extremely difficult with more budget cuts, and I guess that's one of my concerns I bring to the commission is, you know, I understand where we're at in this process, but you know, we would really like to fill this position, but it would be hard for me to fill the position if I knew that we were going to face, you know, significant budget cuts coming here in a while. So just some things for you to think about in terms of this position. So I guess we're coming here for as partners to move forward with the position and also seek input on the skill set that you see would best serve Sweetwater County.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I have a few questions. So the first one is, I don't disagree. I think the community vitality and health is definitely somewhere where we're looking to diversify our economy. We're looking to really look at development throughout our community. have any contact with our Economic Development Coalition?
For entrepreneurship and helping folks get help in terms of building business plans, developing creative ideas, marketing plans, those sorts of things. And we're working with several other partners throughout the state. And so we're all called spokes in this grant. It's a small business development center grant that manages it. We have a portion of it. And so we're excited about some of the opportunities for community development and really some of the things that we can bring to the table. And I do think, we could make some good impacts in Sweetwater County. So.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and that's something that we actually have on our plate for SEDC as well, is some entrepreneurship work that we've been working through. Rocky Mountain Power funded a few different things, and Michaela with Economic Development Coalition and Eric have been working through. So absolutely get with them. And then the next question that I have is obviously with resources needed for a position, what does that look like in terms of dollar amounts for us?
So, I mean, in the past, those positions have required somewhere between, I would say, 1,000 and 2,000 annual operating expenses to operate within the budget. If we're always honest, and Marty's well deserving of it, but 4-H takes the bulk of the extension budget, right? But I mean, we want that to be focused on the youth and that, but those opportunities just take more money to fund than a position like this. So a little bit of travel dollars and those sorts of things are really all we're looking for. So, yeah.
No, they can borrow 4-H's paper clips. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Thank you. You answered my questions.
Okay.
Other questions, comments?
Mary down there has one.
Well, I don't have a question, but it might be good if you reviewed, for UW Extension had a much larger presence in this county with several educators, and I think we're down to like one and a secretary now.
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful if you could just kind of highlight what some of those were, and we lost them because of budgeting and.
Yeah, and it was, it's really budgeting on, we all feel the pain. The university felt that pain as well too. And the good news for extension for us, and the reason we have these positions, is that both the state legislature and the university as a whole recognized the importance of extension and actually held us harmless in this last budget cut through the university because they realized we needed to build those capacities back up. But at one time in Sweetwater County, for the most part, there was always a 4-H educator in Marty's position. And then we had an area focused educator. The last one was Josie Ibarra, who was a nutrition focused educator. Before that, we've had a community development focused educator. Trying to remember her name, Mary. That's been a while ago. Now you're making me think about it.
I can't remember either. But well, you had ag specific, I know, for a while too.
We had a range educator there for just a short time in the last 18 years. But yeah, so in general, our commitment is to try and keep one specialty focused educator, whether it's ag and natural resource or this community vitality and health, and a 4-H educator in every county. That's the goal of extension. So,
Other questions? Did you have something, Commissioner Wendling?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our agreement's up this year, isn't it, with 4-H? So this request, I think, really has good timing, because I think as we move forward, this conversation needs to continue and be part of that agreement if we're going to work in that agreement. So I would say this might be a vital part of that agreement. So I think it should be a part of it. And rather than try to take the agreement and figure out how we're going to add it into it, I think it should be part of the discussion as we finalize the agreement. So my question is, how quick do you want to fill this?
well, right now you're on the top of the list. I can move you to the bottom of the list if you want. No, I mean, right now you're on the top of the list, so we're really looking to try and advertise this position as soon as possible.
Are you looking at July 1st for starting? That's when our new budget starts.
Right. I would hope that we would have some sort of understanding before I move forward on the position.
Well, and I think with those words would be better than waiting, have some understanding through the agreement before we move forward on it, or as we are, but be in a position that, who knows, I don't expect an issue, but if there were one, we need to have that opportunity to step back.
And as the agreement reads now, it provides room for this position. I mean, essentially essentially says that Sweetwater County will fund the operating expenses of extension, and we will provide salary of those employees. So I think it's flexible enough, but I understand we need to go through that process.
And you hit the nail on the head. It's 5 years ago, and there's only one commissioner on this board that their signature will be on that one. There's 4 new ones, I believe. So we want to make sure that we include them and don't tie them to something that they don't want to be tied to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a clarification. So the current, and John may need to help with this, so the current contract does say you provide the educator and we provide the funding for operating, correct? Okay, and is that tied to a certain dollar amount that we set, or where are we at with that? Because if we move before we, the way I'm looking at it is if we move before we have a new budget or a new contract, would we be exceeding the amount that we agreed to in the contract?
So there's not a dollar amount to my knowledge in the contract. The only even sort of specifics that it gives is in terms of the 4-H educator position that the county is responsible for. And it says half of that position. It's actually, university actually covers almost 75% of the position, because we cover the salary, our half of the salary and the benefits, and then you're responsible for the salary. So that's the half of the salary. So that's the only sort of concrete dollar figure that's in there in terms of what's expected. So,
Mr. Chairman.
I think I'm good for right now.
Was Commissioner Lloyd finished?
I think so.
I think so. I'm
He gave
kind of
me-
marinating real quick. But
All right. No, I think Commissioner Lloyd, in reference to dollars, I think from our standpoint, the only thing you'll see is a budgeted amount that we gave them. So the question becomes, as they move forward, is the budgeted dollars there, or do we have to do a budget amendment for them for this fiscal year? Or wait until July 1st, and through our agreement, we again will know what our dollar commitment is for the new year, new fiscal year. Does that answer?
Yeah.
I think that's where you'd find it, Commissioner. Thank you.
Mr. McLean, what'd you have to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Microphone.
It goes to more Commissioner Shanefeld's comment. Just a couple areas that the county had been involved in economic development in the past that may be a good fit if the board decides to engage in this area. One was this economic modeling area. So we used to maintain what we called the economic base study model, and it was a way for us to anticipate, for example, if we brought new industry online, what the cost throughout the ripple effects would be in terms of actual dollar amounts. As you know, we only get that data from census to census, so it was a real problem to do planning. And that we paid a bunch of money for that model at one time, and then it kind of hadn't been maintained, went to a different economic development group. And then kind of related to that, which various people, and especially with the downsizing of the department's been hard to maintain, is participation in this REMI model. So this Regional Economic Modeling Inc. It's a company that develops software for this exact purpose. They're pretty powerful tools to help anticipate. For example, if you put a a new power plant on, what that ripple effect is in the economy. If you host certain size events, if you bring industries in there, where you get hard numbers that you can use for grants and other things. So I just wanted to bring those two up as possible areas. If you guys go with it, may be a good fit for something consistent. Utah State University is heavily involved in REMI modeling. And that has been the local contact here. So it'd be an easy academic institution to engage if you guys decide to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the coalition, we were involved in the REMI modeling for the plans for the BLM Rock Springs, BLM RMP, and we got the Rock Springs BLM to accept REMI modeling because it's not just a one point in time economic analysis, it projects out.
Sure.
And the state of Wyoming has the models by regions. So there's also, well, you're more familiar than I am, the link to that.
Yeah, and so Tex Taylor was traditionally the
Right.
extension specialist that helped in those economic models for regional economic models. Tex is retired. Just in the last year, we've hired Anders Van Sant. Anders is an economic, regional economic modeler. And so he has extension appointment. If it's right now, we could help. I can certainly provide Anders your contact information and get him in touch because I've used him in the past and he's really good at the economic modeling and understanding those impacts.
Thank you.
One other question,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. Office space for this position. Are you going to, I mean, we've got space at the college. Will a person be located there?
Yeah, it's going to be a tight fit. There's no question about that. We do have a couple of our employees are essentially part-time there and they each are occupying an office full-time. So there might need to be some sharing of an office with those two part-timers to be able to create space, but there is technically space there. It is tight, but that's what we were dealt with the
Yeah.
with the school right now.
Well, and that piece of it we're responsible for as the
Yeah.
county to pay for. So glad to hear there's no additional costs there. Thank you.
No, I think we can fit. It'll be
A little snuggy.
Yeah.
snuggy, but
Might have to get you a doghouse yet, huh?
yes.
Just Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I'd ask our deputy attorney or just direct Mr. De Leon, if you know, which I get those titles all mixed up, but I'd ask Mr. De Leon to, based on the agreement, stuff like that, what do you see any issues?
So the board has discussed, obviously the contract or the MOU, it finishes in June. And so the board had discussed previously making some modifications to that. So different considerations for the board are that there are two employees that are through the extensions office currently. One is clerical staff. Both of those are paid through a separate agreement. And all three agreements finish up in June. So the caution is that knowing that those are changing, knowing that I'm assuming that the board may not ask that the extension office fill out a funding request form, just like all the other outside entities are doing. If you do that, if you are asking that be done, I think any discussions today would either be an outright approval, knowing that the board could inevitably determine that 4-H doesn't receive those other fundings, in which case there would be no requirement to provide any office space, et cetera. So there's some moving pieces, moving parts. I think the board has to be aware of moving forward. So I'm assuming moving forward, there's going to be some modifications. I think it was identified that there are some mandatory requirements in terms of office space, in terms of travel, in terms of paying for clerical staff. And I think there's been some discussions in the past to modify that. And the other piece I know that the board has discussed is how many employees does the board want to approve of? There had been discussions about there being a potential for an increase. Now we're seeing that that is actually taking place. And so the caution there is if the board were to decide that they only wanted to approve, for example, one of the two employees that were previously provided for, how does that impact this additional person that would be added? So you have three people to consider how the board wants to provide support for or direct payment for payroll. So there's three employees there. Does approving this one change? And would the UW Extension Office prefer to have the original two and not have a third one? How do they impact each other? So that's the other piece of the puzzle. And I just wanted the board to have full knowledge of however you end up deciding to do those, along with the funding request form.
Thank you. So might be wise for us to expedite finishing up that agreement and get it put together based on what you're asking right now, and see what, make sure we're all on the same page, and then offer that agreement as soon as possible.
And potentially, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, and potentially the funding request form if that has not been given already.
Not yet. I don't think they've gone out to anybody, but no. Was it my fellow commissioners, was it my understanding that all the outside agencies were going to get them?
Yeah, I think at the next financial planning meeting, we were going to decide when we were going to send it out to everyone.
And who was going to get it?
They got it last year.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mary.
They've had it. In fact, they had a $200,000 budget like 10 years ago. It's been reduced to like around 100 and some.
Yeah.
100 and some thousand now.
So then if I can address sort of some of those issues in terms of the other personnel from the university's perspective. The university looks at the administrative assistant and the part-time horticulture educator as county employees. I know that Sweetwater County is one of there's a handful of counties that in the recent past, we've changed them from county employees to county providing the budget and University of Wyoming employing them. So they're technically university employees now, but the university looks at those as county employees. So it's not a preference for us to be able to prioritize those over this educator position. They're not really our positions. They're the county's position is how we would look at that. And it's, Sweetwater is a little unique too, in that it's one of the few counties that looks at extension as an outside entity. Most of the other counties can consider us somewhere between a department and more of an inside entity in terms of how that relationship works with the counties.
We're special in a lot of other ways.
Yeah,
too.
I know.
Just saying.
No, I'm just saying, that's why sometimes I have to rethink about that.
Sure.
Because of the way that our relationship is with other counties.
I understand. So today, what would we like to do, or what would we like to do?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
maybe it would behoove us to get a couple of us together with the university people and Mr. De Leon to look at the agreement to try to come to some
No,
consensus on the agreement.
no, I would rather see, like we handle all the other contracts. We as a board look at them in executive session because they are a contract.
Well,
And we agree on the terms of what they are working with our attorney, and then we present it to them to review. And if they have any questions, they talk to all of us. That's,
Do you like that, Commissioner?
Yeah,
Tillman?
yeah, that's fine.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
So
but it might be good to get their input a little bit.
well, that's, yeah, I agree with you. That's why we hand it to them. And they can, you know, just like
Yeah.
when the ambulance requested a change, we looked at it and they even had an opportunity to visit with us about any changes they wanted. Anybody does based on their contracts. So yeah, that would be the input. If we miss something, then it's our choice as a group, whether we want to change that agreement or not.
Yeah, and changing that agreement it won't just be Marty and I's
No, it's
input.
got
It will
to,
go to.
Gotta go up.
UW legal.
so it's important we get it done as soon as possible because it's got to go so far up and we don't know how long it's going to take them because of the time of the year.
just me speaking, I don't anticipate there'd be some like drastic, no, you don't exist anymore. But I would also hate for someone to be hired and then not, for whatever reason, we have no agreement and all of a sudden that person doesn't have a position. So, I guess what I'm hearing is get a contract together or revise, even though it's a little early, our contract, send it off and see what.
Yeah,
so
I
we
think
can get an agreement.
I think we can have something put together by our next meeting for us to look at an executive session under contracts and then come out and if we're satisfied with it, we'll come out with a motion to present it to you guys
Okay.
after the executive session. And then you guys move it up the chain.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So I have a question and maybe I'm confused in this, but my understanding is that what they're looking at, I mean, they have the authority to hire because the University of Wyoming is paying for the salary. It would be the potential of a $1,000 to $2,000 annual difference in the contract
Right.
that we would be looking at, which we're towards the end of the fiscal year anyway. So I can't imagine, I mean, if you break that down, we're talking a couple $100s potentially that they could, if they needed it even for this year,
Yeah,
that they
this
could
year's would
come to
not
us.
change, so,
Okay,
yeah.
so we're not even looking at changing this year's
No.
contract. So I don't know, I mean,
My only concern, like I say, it's very remote, but for some reason, we don't come to an agreement with the July 1st contract and this person's hired, starts in May. And then we just blow up extension for some weird reason. I think if we're approving it today, the position, then we're really, saying, yeah, we're going to work out a contract somewhere or another with UW, which is probably 99% sure anyway, but that's where we're at. So I guess that's the decision we're making. So we can either go, let's get a contract going and have it presented to us next meeting, or we can approve this position today. So I will leave it open to the pleasure of my fellow commissioners.
Clarification from legal. I mean, wouldn't we approve the agreement before we did the position, or does it matter?
This
The-
agreement already
the-
has.
If
ability.
you approve, identify that you're amenable to them approving the position, I think it's appropriate for UW to understand that the approval is limited to this year, that as the chairman identified, that should the board as a whole decide that they are no longer going to fund the UW Extension Office, that the requirements that the board provide equipment, travel expenses, and everything, the building maintenance, high-speed internet, et cetera, everything that is in that contract would be limited to this year, meaning this fiscal year through June. And that individual would have to potentially find their own location. As UW identified, they could do that if they needed to.
but it would be difficult based on their funding. So, I don't know that it is an imminent need that it be done today versus the next meeting. I think UW can speak to that, and you as a board can decide if it is something that should be done today, or if it's something that could be postponed. That's more of a policy decision. So it's not per se required that the agreement, the MOU, be modified first. There's some practical logic to it, but as Commissioner Shainfeld said, there's some logic the other way as well.
I mean, we're completely open to starting the MOU process. I mean, I think that would be a great step to start that and get that through. In terms of timing, if we can start that process and we feel comfortable within that process in a few months, it's helpful to have these positions advertised a couple of months before graduation, so that a lot of the individuals that we'd be looking at would be fresh master's degree type students. And so having that advertised before they've all been taken up would be handy. But
What's your pleasure then, commissioners? What would you like to do?
I would prefer if we wait next week, next meeting, we can hammer that out and come out with it and say, hey, move it forward or not. And you guys you'll know pretty well just by reviewing it where we're at.
Any disagreement with that? Okay, let's
You
do
better
that.
come back next time.
yeah. We'll be back.
Yeah, you'll be back. I mean, it'll just be, hey, move it forward and
Yeah.
get and then you guys will have time to examine whatever time it takes to move up. So we'll know basically amongst 5 of us, if this is going to impact it or not. The biggest part is we don't know is the budget.
Right.
That's the big part.
Okay, so
Right,
let's move forward with an MOU for presentation at our next county commission meeting. In 2 weeks.
Executive session under contracts, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Great. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
The ball's rolling.
Yep.
No great answer yet, but the ball is rolling. And that leads us to tab. Should put my glasses on. N. There we go. Tab N. And apologize for the lateness. We are running behind. Looks like the dynamic duo of O'Keefe and Blakely will be here to present to us. So feel free to introduce yourselves and carry on.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, and thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to Zoom in here virtually today. I am here with my business partner, Brian Blakely, and we are the owners of a firm based in Colorado called TurnCore. We provide professional communications, public engagement services for all around helping our clients kind of navigate complex policy and ballot issues. So we have been talking with Commissioner Shainfeld for a couple of months about some of the thoughts that that she and other elected officials within Sweetwater have been having. Commissioner, is there anything you want to say before I kind of launch into the presentation here?
No, I think that is where I was going to kick it off, is that we've been working together for a few months, and that our last, I guess, committee meeting from all of the municipalities recommended that, in agreement of all of us, that we would move forward with attempting to retain Sarah and Brian Blakely from TurnCore. And I have asked Sarah and Brian to be here today to explain in a little bit more detail. And I've also sent everyone an email just of the overview that she's going to be speaking about. So you've got it on your computers in front of you. So go ahead, Sarah.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so that you all, I know you probably Commissioners, you probably have this in front of you, but for the benefit of others in the room. Just a little bit about us to give you a little background. Brian and I started TurnCore just over five years ago. We're both third generation Coloradans. Most of our work is in the rural and suburban areas of the state. We've also done some work in Idaho. And like I said, all around bringing constituents together to have a dialogue and create transparent processes around some of these more complex, ballot initiatives, financing issues, infrastructure development, that people just tend to have a lot of questions about. And if they are expected to vote on them, we help provide a lot of, detailed information so that they feel informed when they get their ballots. We've worked a lot with specific ballot initiatives. We've worked in the water and energy sector. We've worked with park and rec districts, emergency management, fire departments, et cetera. And then we've also worked a lot in the private sector on private developments. So that could be anything from a big infrastructure type project to a mixed use housing development. I won't read through all of this, but just to give you a little understanding of the kind of suite of services that we offer, we organize it in terms of research and strategy, outreach and communication, and then mobilization and influence. So it's a lot of your kind of traditional, communication tactics. It's a lot of public meetings, giving people face time with their elected leaders and with other influencers in the community who they trust, and then organizing people into action. And that can take lots of different forms. It's not just voting, but it might just be more of advocacy or education.
Sarah?
Yes.
Can I ask you to pause just for a second? And
sure.
I think part of the reason that we have really leaned towards engaging TurnCore is that most certainly in the last tax initiative, the public didn't feel like they were heard beforehand. They didn't feel like their input was taken into place. We saw that across the board, from citizens through the GOP, through many, many different avenues. And so by engaging TurnCore early in the process, it would allow us to get the public's input prior to making any ballot decisions, prior to making any project decisions. It would allow us to, and she's going to talk a little bit about this, but to rely on some community polls specific to Sweetwater County, as well as a stakeholder group that we've kind of worked on putting some names together through the committee. And I think that this is really important because we want this to be successful. We don't want to do another ballot initiative that's not going to be successful. That's a waste of all of our time and our energy. Plus, it makes it so in the future, it's even less likely to pass. And we know how important that these projects are. All of our communities feel very passionately about moving forward, and we want to make sure that we are getting the public's input before moving forward with anything at all. And I think back even on the specific purpose tax initiative that we ended up pulling because of COVID, and we didn't really take a lot of community input on that either. We decided what our cap was going to be. We talked about what projects we were going to have, and we didn't really get any community input. And I think that the community input part is the part that we've been missing. And I think some of that, probably the majority of that, because I know what's needed as a marketing professional, we just don't have the time to do that. And it's not our number one, only job during the day. And so that's why I felt like it was so important. And the committee feels like it's so important to engage TurnCore at this point as early as possible. And she's going to talk about the step one or phase one of what we're looking at, but there will be continued engagement with them as we move forward that can look a little bit different as well. So continue, Sarah, sorry.
Thank you for that. No, I appreciate it. That was a perfect segue into this next section. So yes, we've been part of multiple conversations, both with Commissioner Shanefield, but also the elected officials and other leadership staff within the other municipalities who are part of her advisory group. So we've heard a lot about what kind of happened last time and where we need to go. And so we've had some good conversations about where do we start? And really this is all about restarting the conversation with the community and helping them understand what happened last time, what happened in 2021, and how is this going to be different this time around? And specifically, how can people engage? There's you guys all know this, but there's a kind of a range in terms of people who just need a little bit of information and they trust what's happening, and that's enough to really high information needs. And so we want to be able to provide ways for people to participate and get themselves educated, who are kind of on that whole spectrum. So as Commissioner Shanefield said, we're looking at this kind of in a phased approach. So I'm just going to be talking today about the very first phase, which is, like I said, just kind of restarting that conversation and exploring with the community a specific purpose tax initiative and what that might look like, and how it looks, most importantly, how it looks different than what happened last year, because I think that'll be really important for people to kind of get their heads around. It's like, well, didn't we just do this? Why are we doing it again? You know, a lot of natural questions are going to arise, and we want to be able to provide in a really transparent way what this could look like. So let me go to this next slide. We've brainstormed just a couple of things with the group, a couple of activities that we could launch with. And the first being a community-wide survey. And there's two different options on here. Surveys are great because a survey acts as a communication tool. So it's a really nice way to, if you're relaunching a project or restarting a conversation, it in itself can act as a communication tool. So it helps educate people while we're gathering some really key insights from the community. So the first one that you see is a scientifically validated tool that we would use that would control the respondents so that you get a representative sample of all of Sweetwater County. And sometimes that's really important for the government partners that we work with. And sometimes it's more important just to kind of take the pulse of the community, what's happening. And so that's why we wanted to give you these two options. The scientifically valid survey is a little bit more expensive, and you would get, our goal is always to get 300. In a smaller community, smaller towns, it's a little bit harder to get up there, but our goal would be to try to get to that 300. On the other end of the spectrum it's a non-scientific poll. It would be a little bit more simple. It might only be 10 to 12 questions. And it'll provide some nice quantitative insights. It is possible with this kind of scenario to get over 300 respondents because it relies strictly on digital collection tools. And so, you know, it can be promoted digitally, and people on their phone or sitting at their computer can fill it out. And so it's just a little bit more accessible than when you do the first type of survey. Typically that is fielded via the phone. And so it just takes a little bit more time to get a hold of people. But those are two options. And we think it's important to do some sort of survey to kind of restart this conversation, but really up to all of you on which approach we take. From there, we might recommend some paid promotion in some of the local papers and news sites and boosted Facebook posts across the county to promote an interagency meeting that Commissioner Shanefield and the others have talked about hosting, I think sometime later this month. That's something that obviously would be open to the public, and it would be really important for members of the community to see that there's this interagency meeting happening. It's all of the elected officials coming together. It's something that people can take part in, listen into, and really, you know, again, understand where we're starting with this specific purpose tax initiative. That the cost can really range. And it really just depends on how much promotion we need to do. So I've kind of set a cap here just for the benefit of all of you reviewing the budget, you know, up to $2,500. It could certainly be less. And then the last item here are just our fees for developing different communication platforms and developing messaging. So some of the things we've talked about is a couple of press releases that we would get out, some content for you know, different news outlets and social media. We would like to put some information on the website, the county's website, as kind of a central repository. It's really important when people in the community start hearing about these initiatives, their first thought is like, well, where can I go to get more information? And so we like to develop some content, pretty simple. You know, we're talking maybe a one-page fact sheet that can be downloaded, an FAQ, but just to provide a little bit more context for people who want to learn more and have a desire to get more details and kind of dig in. And then just our time for, participating in any meetings, et cetera. So the range for this kind of first phase would be anywhere from, about 20,000 to about 26,000. So I'll pause there, and Commissioner Shanefield, if you have anything else to add, please feel free. We're also happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Sarah. And I think that one other thing that we had discussed and I had a few questions around is why I'm proposing that the county cover the cost of this initial moving forward. I think as we move through this process and we get the community input, we can share the cost of the next phases. But I feel like us being the deciding factor and kind of end result and the leadership moving through this process, I think that it's important for us to take that lead. And then I also think it's really important for us to be able to quickly move through some of these processes. Not saying that we wouldn't want to engage, obviously, the committee throughout the entire thing, ensuring that everybody is on the same page. But if we need approval of something quickly or things like that, it would also streamline that process. And so I think in the last process, we felt like there was disjointedness across the board. And I think that this will assist in getting us started out with, all of us being on board and looking at what this looks like moving forward.
Thank you. Can I ask, Sarah, so if we do community survey and we find it, big thumbs down from everybody, we don't move on with the other portions, or is there portion that still needs to be paid to you, or what would that cost be? Can we break it up?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. There would be so let's just say, yeah, we find out that people are really unwilling to support a specific tax initiative. We would have, if you did the scientifically valid, well, if you did either of the tools, you'd have a pretty good understanding of why we would create the tool so that we understand why there's that kind of no sentiment. So there would be a discussion among all of us about, okay, is the why something we can overcome with an abundance of communication and public engagement, or do we think we're not going to be able to overcome that and close that gap between the no and yes? So that would be the first thing, is just a really thoughtful strategic conversation with all of us about, okay, where does this leave us right now, and can we close that gap? I think it's pretty fair. I think it's probably pretty rare that you would get a gap so wide that you felt like you couldn't close it with some engagement. But if that were the case, there's a chance we might recommend not moving forward, in which case the rest of it wouldn't matter at that point. And we've said to Commissioner Shanefield that we structure our agreements so that, there's a 15-day cancellation clause. So if at any point you guys, you all, the commissioners or the other elected officials as a group, decide that this is something you don't want to pursue, you would have that out in our contract. If the data comes back and there's a bit of a gap that we have to close, but we're feeling like we want to try, what we might do is just go through another kind of brainstorming and figure out, based on that data and insights, what else do we need to be doing? This is kind of the initial push, but there's another layer on top of this that we probably need to add. And that would be informed by the data we get from the survey. So we would come back to all of you with another kind of similar set of options with pricing, so that you all could think through and make a decision on how to proceed.
Thanks, Sarah.
Chairman.
Other questions? Yes, go ahead.
Can I jump on the end of that too, and just share that, this also might lead us in the projects that we're looking, and the menu options, or the ballot option, what that looks like. And so it kind of can lead forward with a larger discussion. If we are looking, if we have a community response that we want absolutely no fluff, we need infrastructure only projects, these are the only things that we're interested in hearing about, then that gives us a really good indication of where we need to move forward. But we may see something different than that. So it kind of gives us a guidance from the very beginning from the community
Of what their wants are.
Right.
Great. Other questions, comments?
Looks good.
No? Okay. then what's your pleasure, my
Well, I
fellow
do have a
commissioners?
question.
Well, then that's why I asked.
I'm sorry, I'm asleep at the wheel here. No,
Feel free, go ahead.
no, have you approached, or do the other municipalities understand that we're going to try to move forward with this?
Yes. So the committee has met with this group specifically 3 times. Sarah, is that correct?
That's for that.
And the last meeting moved forward with this kind of menu of options. And yes, it was agreed upon by all to move forward with this process in this manner.
And they all felt okay about us paying for it? They didn't have any
Of course they
objection to that?
Of
Maybe they
course.
could fully pay for the next phase.
Maybe, yeah. We'll make it work somehow. Any other questions, Commissioner Tillman, or? Okay,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I'll be honest, I think this is a good process to help us determine if we should move forward, but I don't know, I struggle with this. I think we're trying to do our due diligence to have a better effect than we did last time, but I think the level that we lost voter confidence was pretty strong. And I think the lack of education and lack of knowledge of people understanding the difference between a specific purpose tax, a general purpose tax is very large. And I think that's really going to be hard to beat. I do agree that I think we're using the firms a positive way. Also have had multiple conversations with Commissioner Shanefield about this. And I know some of the methods we're looking at using, I think is the right way, but I personally believe if we put much more than 40 to, no matter how we list it out, much more than 40 to $50 million in projects that aren't very specifically tied to the constituents, and being able to see tangible things such as water projects and road projects that I really struggle seeing it passing. And I've spent a lot of time talking to stakeholders, talking to citizens, and that's where I'm deriving my data. So I do think this is a good process. But I really question, I really have doubts to the tax, and I just want to be very honest and straight about that.
so are you just trying to understand? So you say this is good, great process for us to find out, but you're worried about it.
Yes, but I'll be
being this
honest,
soon
I'm
after?
worried if I want to spend 13.5 to find out if what I feel is right too.
Oh.
So
Okay, I see what you're asking. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Just clarifying there. Any other comments, questions? Okay, what's your pleasure then, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Commissioner Winling, did you want to wait to discuss potential options on funding or?
No, I've been thinking a little deeper after you and I talked, and there's some things that would have to happen. So, no, funding, I still think, I agree, comes from the county. Start it out. Okay.
All right, that sounds good. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this presentation or approve this proposal not more than $20,000 moving forward as phase 1.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I want to clarify something really quick.
Yes.
That would do the smaller amount for the community survey, not the 13.5, but the 7.5. And then we would also look for paid promotion as being less than 2,500 if we could do that, which I think we can. So.
Yeah.
Okay, just clarification there then,
Sorry.
still the 20,000 though.
Yes.
Okay. So don't need to amend anything. We have a motion to second. Any other discussion or clarification? Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Any opposed?
aye.
Thank you. We pass. And so we have retained the professional services of TurnCore. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you hanging on with us, even us being a little tardy today. So we
No
apologize
problem.
for that.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I just make a quick comment after this? Is that the plan will be to set up a meeting, which we were going to discuss. Actually, we probably should have added that under other, but we need to set a community meeting up to have discussion from the public. And then TurnCore was planning on moving forward. This is from discussion from the committee with a joint press release from all municipalities and the county announcing that meeting and the process that we're starting to look at moving forward so that the public has an idea about what's coming and has some indications on how they're going to be allowed to partake in this process.
Is that the intergovernmental meeting we discussed?
That's the
before?
one we discussed,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Very good. What was the deal with that? We didn't have one scheduled. Oh, we were going to go to quarterly, but we wanted to schedule one sooner because
Right.
of that. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Can do. All right. Thank you, Mr. We're on to tab O. We have Mr. Browning with us online. Western States Tribal Nations Natural Gas Initiative update for us. And thank you for being with us. We get to see you once a year, if I remember correctly. So
thanks.
Welcome back.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for having me. So I've got a presentation. I'll just kind of give you an update of priorities for Western states in 2022. I presented to you all back in, I believe at the end of the summer in August. Since then, we have, are you guys seeing the presentation at this point?
We are, yes.
Okay.
Well done.
Since then, we have added, I think we had just added the Southern Ute Indian tribe. We have a new MOU signer, has not been signed yet, but we've invoiced the province of Alberta. So that kind of continues to burnish our transnational credentials. The province of Alberta is very much focused on Western energy exports, but also the developing their industry under evolving ESG principles in order to kind of carve out a comparative advantage for their gas on global markets. And we think partnering with, as our grids are kind of interconnected, and if their exports opportunities are realized on the coast of British Columbia, that we would, it would benefit us to partner in terms of carving out the role of natural gas as it's produced under the cleanest possible conditions in North America, under social and governance principles that are far above what other exporting nations, say like Russia or in the Middle East, are implementing. It would certainly carve out kind of a premium. Eventually, our goal is to carve out a premium for natural gas exported from North America into Asian and other markets. And so that's as we continue to set the table for Rockies gas for exports, we're better understanding the criteria that under which natural gas should be produced from Asian nations such as Japan, who have developed LNG emission standards. South Korea, Taiwan also are following suit. So we think that's ultimately going to prove to our benefit. Some of the gas in Wyoming and in your basins is some of the cleanest gas in the world. Some of our members are producing at 0.04%, which is at de minimis levels. And so we're, part of our goal is to better quantify that and make sure that that's the role of natural gas is considered a part of the energy transition, and that it is, we are our ability to produce at the cleanest standard possible are included in policymakers and certainly decision makers and the LNG importing countries. So I just thought I would go simply to priorities to update you all of what we're going to be working on in 2022. We're continuing to work with Sempra and their project Energía Costa Azul as they are developing phase 1, which is they're moving dirt on the coast of Baja California, Mexico, and we are continuing to work with them on positioning Rockies gas really for that holy grail of phase 2, which is going to be 12 million tons per year, about a little over 2 BCF a day. As I mentioned, we have brought in the province of Alberta to really work with Canadian governments on opportunities to export Rockies gas from the British Columbia west coast. Also, I think a goal is to get in the government British Columbia into our organization. And then we had a webinar last Friday. I did invite Commissioner Wendling. I think you accepted to our presentation to work on establishing, really kind of expanding our study that we delivered in June of 2021 that looked at the gas exported from the Rockies basins, Green River, Piceance, Uinta, and the San Juan Basin for export to global markets, Asian markets, and really looking at the emissions reductions achieved in those markets. And the bottom line is you're looking at gas displacement of Chinese produced coal in their markets for power generation. You'll realize emissions reductions benefits of up to 40%, up to 50% in India, 50% in Japan. And so, this was an important study for the Rockies producers. We're going to expand that study really as it was just a snapshot in time and did not reflect kind of the decarbonization efforts ongoing, achieved with remarkable results in the Green River Basin. And so we're going to work to quantify that, really better understand evolving global regulations, better understand domestic regulations and state regulations as producers continue to reduce emissions along the natural gas value chain. We think this is important to quantify and to tell that story publicly. Also, we're going to be working on establishing the technical baseline on blue hydrogen. There was, as the federal government is offering billions of dollars, I think $8 billion to establish hydrogen hubs throughout the U.S. I think 4 is the number. And I know the Rocky states, and particularly Wyoming, the state of Wyoming is trying to set the table to capture one of those hubs. We feel it's important to challenge some of the technical data that some groups have released on blue hydrogen that we feel has been cherry-picked and that is not an accurate reflection of current decarbonization efforts. And it's been used to some effect to, I will say, try to kill the concept of blue hydrogen in the cradle. That we feel that we're going, that's necessary for us to counter with our own peer-reviewed analysis and get that out in the public domain. Again, a lot going on. I'll go to the next bullet on climate change and energy security. We do have some forums planned on the role of the Rockies in kind of the global energy geopolitical puzzle. I think what's going on in Russia with their prospective curtailment of gas exports to Europe kind of underscores the need to better understand the ability of the U.S. to provide energy security for our allies in Europe and Asia. And then we're going to continue to build out our organization. We are talking with other tribes on joining, as well as other states on the prospect of joining as well. And then my goal is hopefully to get a trade mission, a bundled trade mission to Asia, if not in Q4 this year, then in 2023. And when I mean bundled, I'd say our comparative advantage is is really the state's role in our organization, the advocacy of the sovereign tribes and states. I think is something that's very valuable to our natural gas industry, and I'd like to set up a forum in possibly Tokyo and invite the governors and energy staff of our respective states to engage with the LNG importing countries and their companies. So that's kind of a snapshot of what we hope to achieve this year. The two studies are ambitious and not inexpensive, and so we're raising funds for those. But we certainly value Sweetwater County's participation in our organization, and I'm open up to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Andrew. My first would be, who are going to be the main consumers for the Costa Azul and Vista Pacifico exports?
The Asian, the Asian nations of China, India, Japan, really down to Vietnam and Bangladesh are going to make up 80% of all global imports over the next 20 years. The establishment of a West Coast terminal that circumvents the Panama Canal provides two things. One, it cuts down on transportation time and costs, but also the Asian countries see the Panama Canal as kind of a political and technical risk because of increased canal traffic, the challenge of getting larger LNG vessels through there, and they need this gas 24/7, and so an LNG tanker sitting 2 weeks trying to get through to get to them is not in their best interest. So they're very interested in the concept of West Coast North American LNG, produced obviously under rule of law and sanctity of contracts that we offer.
Excellent. Other questions for Andrew or comments? Very good. Andrew, sorry to keep you waiting, but thank you for your time and the update. We do appreciate it, and it's good work you're doing, and thanks for representing us and our resources here in Sweetwater County.
No worries, no worries. A goal is also to get up there in the next few months to connect with you all personally. So I will be in touch.
We'll be here anxiously awaiting.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Andrew, we will get you our membership dues. We'll sign them and get them to you after this meeting, okay?
Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are on to
one more thing.
Please. Yes.
The dues that I'm talking about, we approved in June when we first were presented, and I'll send that out. The only question is do you commissioners have a preference which account you'd like to take out, or do you wish for me and Sally to figure it out? And
county clerk's best,
or county clerk, or whatever.
That's the best account. Yeah.
That's okay. We'll move it on to that department.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not. Yeah, thank you.
I would think that we could take it out because we've given these dues for years. Take it out of where we took it out in the past, just to make it consistent.
All right. We'll take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. And we're on to a break. Still behind schedule. Let's go 25 after. Is that long enough? 12 minutes?
Yeah.
Is that good? Okay, we'll see you all back at 12:25 to discuss our liaison assignments and going forth. See you then. Call our meeting back to order, and we are on tab O. Excuse me, P. We're in tab P, discussing our liaison assignments. Hope you all got my email I sent yesterday with I just made a kind of an outline of why we're so busy, why we have so many things to do. And just recommendations of moving from individuals attending meetings to having our groups come to visit with us on a set schedule. And I just kind of threw out there what I thought maybe was good. So totally open for discussion and love to hear all of your thoughts on our liaison system and where it may go. So anybody want to start us off?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Yes, Commissioner Shane.
Which person is that to? Okay, just a correction. I'm also on Human Resources with Commissioner Lloyd. But the other thing that I think we've all had lots of discussions outside of meetings and, just how do we make this better and easier for not only us, but for our department heads and how they function. And I think that we've made great strides in that direction, but I believe that it would be good for us to, I don't believe we need to be at every single meeting. I also think that we've had lots of discussion around having our department heads, our elected officials and our component units come in and talk to us as we've discussed, and share with the commission as a whole, instead of it just being one commissioner or two commissioners. I do think that they need a point of contact. Dave Mead is a good example. He reached out to me and said, hey, what do you think about this? And I said, you need to get in touch with Sally, get on the agenda, make sure that things are moving in the right direction. But that was a very brief 5-minute conversation that we had, knowing he knew that he could reach out to me and I could guide him in the right direction. And I think that that's probably the direction that we need to go moving forward. I think the biggest hurdle for me is deciding how often our department heads, our component units, our elected officials, anybody needs to come in front of us and share what's going on. I think some of it is dependent on what's going on in their department or their organization. And then others, we just need to have a regular update. And so that was the one big part that I don't have an answer to, but I think I'm open for all discussion around the amount of time that's needed. And I also think maybe we need to go back to our department heads and elected officials and say, hey, how often do you feel like you need to come talk to us? Because some may feel, maybe Marty feels like she only needs to come in every 3 months. And Gary feels like he needs to maybe come in every once a month, and so I think that we should potentially get their input on that as well.
Great.
That's my 2 cents.
And I felt much the same way. And so I really was just arbitrary throughout some stuff there because I did struggle as well. I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, that sounds right. So I just threw some stuff out there. Commissioner Tolman, what do you think?
Well, I think our role needs to be a little more clarified. I've seen some things happening that lead me maybe to believe that our liaison is not just a liaison, that we need to be a liaison and not a one-man commission approving board or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we just have to be careful about that.
So do you agree then? Do you like this proposal of moving to not liaisons attending every meeting, but having groups coming in and present to us on whatever time frame we decide?
I think that's good.
Okay. Commissioner Lloyd.
Yeah, just one thing, Chairman Smith, and then some thoughts. Number one, I'm also on court security. I'm the commission representative to court security. So
excellent. And I do not portray this as being correct.
Yeah, so I did. So it is enjoyable. So
I did a lot of this from memory, so I apologize.
No, you did great. So just a couple thoughts. I'm okay with going this way. I think in talking to some of the older commissioners, this was created to have a link, and I think we still have the link, but I think for the outside agencies, they still need to have, if not a liaison, a point of contact of what commissioner they reach out to. If there's just a quick question or discussion, otherwise what will happen is I think one of three things. A, the chair will be inundated with those questions. Two, they'll just pick whatever commissioner they like and they'll be inundated with the questions. And if one's more liked than the others, and they all could be inundated. Or third, they may ask a commissioner for a question and maybe not get the answer they want and go to the next commissioner to see if they get the right question. So I do think having them have that availability, and then also the knowledge that, hey, if you ever need a commissioner at a meeting or have an issue that's going on, that they know who to ask. And maybe if we can't go to that, we bring it to the board and maybe we ask them to bring that issue to the board. But I think people need to know who they're going to contact in those cases. And I think if we go down to the department heads, I do agree. I like them having presentations and letting us know what's kind of going on. But I also stick with my guns. I think if we make the role clear, that I only think we need one person for those roles. And I look at it more as like when I get calls from like an example would be Gene, hey, Roy, just wanted to let you know that a water truck got hit by a lightning bolt. And then, hey, we bring it up at the next commission building, but at least he's then, got it out to someone and those pieces of the information. But I think we need to be open to the outside agencies too, because I think as we talk to them, we're going to find out they all have mixed feelings. I don't think I need to sit in at every library meeting, but I think they do enjoy having someone there. And so making sure they understand the role changes and the expectations are important also. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. That was a lot. So I'm trying to.
Hey, I haven't talked much today, Jeff. I've been holding out for this conversation.
Good. This is the time.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, hold on. Let me clarify first. So you feel as though for organizations, tell me about organizations again.
Yeah, I feel like the organizations, Jeff, that we currently provide liaisons to need at least a point of contact of who they want to go to. I don't think, you have a ton of organizations down there at the bottom that we don't haven't had representation to, and I don't think we necessarily need to add representation or contact. And I think the other thing I think we have to be careful for too is on the board is being reactive to situations. There may be some of these boards or groups that we don't need to have someone on regularly, but there may be a change in the situation or the change in what's going on in the environment that might behoove of us to say, hey, for the next couple of months, we're going to have someone, or at least one or two of us attend the meeting so we know what's going on. And an example of that would be when we were dealing with some of the ambulance stuff. It would have been to me, that's a point where we needed someone at the ambulance board because of the changes and directions we were going. So I think we need to be cognizant that sometimes we may have to say, hey, we need to put someone there a little bit more.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah. Commissioner Shanefield, did you have an addition for us there?
Yes, I just was thinking when Commissioner Led was talking, maybe we want to, I know a lot of the questions that I get asked in my liaison work from outside entities that Sally could probably answer those questions. And so maybe we need to have Sally be the point of contact and then, her direct them to one of us if needed, because she could have very easily answered Dave's questions and, a lot of them. So.
Perfect. Commissioner Wendling, what do you got?
Well, first of all, I would ask Sally if that's a role she'd like to play or not, because, you're happy to, okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Didn't want to force you into anything. We'd have to rewrite a policy or something. Huh? Would Cindy, would your boss, the clerk, allow you to do that? Okay, we got agreement there. So,
all right, Sally can answer questions.
I got things taken care of there for you, Commissioner Shanefield.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm just going to go through the groups. It's a lot easier. under organizations, whatever you have set up quarterly, semi-annually and all that, I agree with, and those could even be adjusted based on what's going on.
I'm sure they will, yeah.
Chair and member of these boards, those boards and chairs are going to get replaced as commissioners, get appointed based on term limits, or they're going to be replaced as commissioners leave their seat, or if they request through the chairman that someone else be appointed. So I think those just stay exactly the way they are in that. Then the next step would be the departments. I believe we should all hear instead of one or two hearing. I will say that the model that we had been under last year was to help with what Commissioner Toman referred to as one in charge. I believe similar to what she said. That model continued until January of a year ago, when we all found out that was the model it was supposed to be, and we tried to move to a model where it wasn't so autocratic. So I think what Commissioner Toman's commented, I believe we've moved away from that this last year, and moving forward, as presented by Commissioner Shanefield, having all the department chairs report to us and visit with us, so we all hear the same story. I found out after 2 years of being chair that generally most of the time, the first contact from the departments was the chair, because they were most available. Sorry, you have to find that out after the fact, Chairman. But
All
it's
good so far.
It's reality. So I think we have our first contact of chair, and it'll be consistent. And I think we all voted Commissioner Smith in with the vote of confidence that he would be able to take care of those things and do it across the board fairly. When you got the elected official, as long as we understand the elected officials don't work for us, I mean, I'm okay with that. But when I see them listed there like that, I feel that it makes me think, if they look at it, that they work for us, and they don't work for us. They are elected as we are in the same election for the same amount of time by the same group of people. Now, they don't have the power as we do, and I'll use that word, and I don't mean to, because that's really, really not the right word. By statute, their scope of their job is not the same of ours. Theirs is different. And outside of personnel, where we approve their recommendation of who they want to hire and approve their budgets, I truly believe that's the end of it. But they don't work for us. They work with us. And as far as I'm concerned, when I take a look at how they get their positions, whether anybody likes it or not, it's just my feeling equal. So I think, just so I'm okay with leaving them as departments, but I'm not okay with people leaving their departments under the county commissioner. They are elected officials with in the same building, and well, some of them aren't in the same building, sheriff, county attorney. But anyhow, I look at that, and just so, I hope I didn't interpret that wrong, Mr. Chairman, but I think we need to have them, yes, come in on a regular basis and bring us up to speed with the idea that they understand we're constantly looking for ways for them to do their jobs more efficient, and where we assist them is vocally as well as with budget. So I think I really like to continue that mode further and further away from the autocratic model, and see all of the department chairs come in. So all of the commissioners hear the same thing, can ask the question. I think it's better for them if they come to us, because the time spent in here one time versus 5 times, and a lot of those times those conversations go somewhere else. And I think if a department head has an idea that will improve the county's efficiency and operations needs to be presented to all of us at the same time. Doesn't mean we have to take action on it. We just have to listen to it and go on from there and see what we can do and figure it out from there. So I like the idea to move further away since a year ago. And that'll take care of the one in charge, or whatever that term was that Commissioner Toman used, and that type of thing. Traditional board and chair responsibilities, I think that's got to continue. However, you as chairman want to mix that up, that's great, but that's good. And then as far as the other service boards, as I look at those, you know, we've never had fine arts is through the library. We've never had them. Community Juvenile Service Board oversight with juvenile department. Their director, who has a department with them, could report. So that's covered there with semi-annually, along with juvenile probation. Joint and travel tourism, we appoint, but we've never had them report to us. But I mean, it's just whatever you want to do. Some of them, you know, they're boards of their own, they're special districts. Whatever this group wants to do is fine with me there. I think we've touched on the traditional ones and that type of thing. Otherwise, we can go into Mondays and start having board reports if you want to.
There's a lot here, isn't there?
There is. There is. And there's no reason to. I think we can call them in if we got a question. I think Sally can answer a lot of the questions and that type of thing. I think if we have that single contact, which historically continues to be the chairman, then probably, you know, if you want that role as chairman.
Yeah,
if you desire it.
I'm happy to say call Doc. I don't know. I can do that all the time.
All right, sounds good. But that's just me. That was my comments on everything. I hope they were clear. And
very good.
I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. And I appreciate the comment about elected. I literally just went through every department listed on the website, county website, and included ourselves as, you know, Board of County Commissioners. And so did not mean to put it as though, oh, we're the boss of everybody, because certainly don't want that responsibility.
No, but I tell you what it did is give an opportunity to say something. And I'm only one. I don't know if the rest of the commissioners feel the same way, but that's my observation. That's my opinion. And that's how I'll approach things.
Thank you. Commissioner Lloyd.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to, last year, I was tasked with taking a look at the liaison system, and I actually met with every department head, and we talked about options, and this was an option we actually talked about. And all of them kind of really did ask that they did have at least a point of contact. And I know we want to stay away from the autocratic system, and we've talked about it a few times, but I think that autocratic system was limited to just minimal situations and not for the majority of commissioners, because I know when I was brought in until a faithful meeting 2 years into my term, I was told that I was just a point of contact. Never at one time did I act as the boss or the director of that department. I know that we had concerns, but maybe it had it in other directions. But I think for most of the people up at this desk, up at our seats, that's how we handled the role, was as a conduit of information. I don't think we handled it in an autocratic situation. So I don't think that autocratic situation exists as much. And I think sometimes the department director is just kind of like, hey, just need a quick question, and this is where I'd like to go. So I wanted to make sure, you know, last year things can change for people, but that was the feedback they provided me last year.
Thank you. So if we point of contact, liaison, are we, you know, just mincing words there? Is that, you know, still the same thing? Are we, as a group, do we want to move away from that? Do we want, if, you know, the coroner has a question, he calls Sally and Sally distributes that to whoever she thinks can answer it best? Is that what we want to do? Or do we want to have that would be the point of contact, or do we want to divide up departments and each of us be the point of contact or liaison, or, I mean, it kind of sounds the same to me. That was a question for you,
Mr.
Commissioner Lloyd.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, well, I don't
Go
know.
ahead.
I don't know who you heard first.
Go ahead.
Well, I think if you pull the electeds out, and made them in their own separate category, electeds.
Mhm.
And then I think there's some missing on the organizations. I think we should include all of them, even if we don't have a point of contact or liaison, all of the ones that we fund. Like UW Extension, I don't see it on here. So that's one of the, we have an MOU with them. I don't see it on the list. So
Sure.
maybe take that budget sheet and the ones that are missing, as other organizations, whether or not they have a contact or they want to contact.
Okay.
And I think the word liaison is fine. I think our major role is to be a point of contact for them, but also as we attend their meetings, and like airport, it says I could attend meetings quarterly. I'll go to every monthly meeting as much as I can, but if I can't, I think that's been the issue or the protocol anyway. If you can't make every meeting, you don't make it.
Well, and that's the proposed is them to come to us
Us.
to present.
Right. Oh, for them to present.
Present to us. We can go-
Any one of us can go to.
Any one of us can
as
go to
many
their meeting
meetings.
Okay.
anytime.
Okay, I missed that little point right there.
That's
Thank
how
you.
often we'd want them to come to us to
Yeah.
present to all five.
But I think another major role that we have is as we attend their meetings and stay connected to them is that also we notice if there may be potential issues coming up that we would be able to bring them to the whole board before they got into a critical point. For example, if Devin decides to sell the airport or something, I'd probably come and tell you. But I'm a little
I don't know.
concerned.
I think I'd let him, I'd let him sell it.
A cut of
We'd
that.
have more money than what
Yeah.
we're paying, than we'd ever have.
Sure, Green River wants to buy it.
Yeah, there you go.
There you
Other
go.
comments,
Huh?
other comments.
No.
We
I might hear from Devin right away here. huh?
you might. Commissioner Lloyd, anything down there?
No, I think I've got my points out.
Why
Okay,
don't,
thank you. Go ahead.
We got a couple elected officials sitting in the audience,
Yeah.
and we got Gary as a department head.
Gary, what would you like?
Mr. Chairman, just quick comment, certainly it's important to have a point of contact or liaison, somebody to communicate with some issues, but keep in mind that you also have the responsibility the other way. Sometimes you guys do stuff up here, and I'm going to quote a long ago commissioner. He said, "I'll be darned. We voted on this 3 times and it still isn't done." And when he was asked who it was assigned to, there was a silence in the room. So sometimes it's important that when you take action, I was thinking of that a little earlier today when we were talking with Cooperative Extension, that it get to somebody to get resolution. Sometimes we vote on it or there's a discussion, but we need to make sure. I think whether it's a liaison or the point of contact is also good for the information going from here back to those individual departments, whether it be a concern or something with the budget or a question or additional information. So it works good that way also to make sure that information gets back and
Good point.
action actually takes place.
Point taken. Good. Thank you.
Point.
Good comment.
Good point taken.
Sheriff, did you want to add anything?
It comes down to effective communication. And that was one of the key points I had when I came into office, and throughout going on the 4th year now, that's what we have regardless of who it was. So to me, it doesn't matter what you want to call it or who it is, just as long as we have communication going both ways.
Great. Mr. Davis, how about you? Any comments there?
I'll agree with the sheriff at this point. It was nice to have somebody to come talk to, but if I have something coming up, I'm going to come to you. I am going to come let you know what's going on, whether it be something I'm trying to purchase as a capital project or something along those lines. I'm going to come present to you. And I think most of the elected officials would feel the same way. If we've got something we need to talk to you about, we will. If you want updates on what's going on in our offices, you can ask. We'll come down and present as well. We're actually going to have a meeting. The elected officials are going to meet on Tuesday next week, and we can talk about this as well. But I do appreciate the clarification that we do work for the people just like you do. Being on the list is not offensive, but it's just something we're
No
just.
offense meant, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine. And I understand what you were doing. You were just trying to make
Left
sure
you
you
off,
didn't miss
would you-
anybody.
If I'd lift you off, would you have been offended? You know,
Probably not. I wasn't offended before, but I'm glad we had the clarification.
Okay.
But no, we're all on the same team.
I
We
thought
are.
I'd
We're trying to
include
make-
instead of exclude. I don't know.
And you did fine. But like I said, I think most of the elected officials, we're comfortable enough in what we're doing. So if we need to
Absolutely.
talk to you, we'll come talk to you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Miss Lane. You don't have to come up. You got a microphone there. Oh, you can't get it to work.
We want to,
Fair enough. Come on up then.
Thank you. I agree with the sheriff and our assessor that whenever I have an issue that comes up, I always find someone to talk to. So we have that advantage here too, that we have more contacts. So for those outside places, just caution if you have everyone coming in to give reports, then our meetings go longer. But no, I'm just kidding. We'll be
Very
okay.
true.
All right.
Very
Thank you.
Mr. Legursky.
oh, funny. Did you just come up just for this?
Yes, you
I
did.
just miss you guys so much.
Come back.
That's why.
I agree. I agree with everything that's been said. You know, I've been here almost 6 years. I've had 5 different liaisons. You know, it's a good chance for everybody to look at what we're doing and ask questions. But as far as making unilateral decision, that's what the 5 of you guys are for. I work for 5 of you. I don't work for 1 of you. I work for 5 of you. Whether you give me 1 or 2 people, it doesn't really matter. The only thing I ask for is, you know, sometimes emergency situations pop up. And if I have to call somebody at 2 o'clock in the morning, I don't want to call the 5 of you guys. I only want to make 1 mad. So I'll call that person and let them know what we're doing if there's a bridge washout or something catastrophic happen. But chances are the sheriff's already involved. You know, other agencies are already involved when something like that happens. So, you know, you don't need to hear from me at 2 o'clock in the morning, all 5 of you. 1 of you needs to do that because you guys are going to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning and find out what happened anyway. But, you know, point of contact's a great thing. Outside influences and actually for me, with having 5 commissioners, I've had to train 5 commissioners. You know, a lot of people understand what we do, but they don't understand what we do on a daily basis. So getting to talk to and having a second person looking at what we do, you have some great conversations. You know, I've had a couple commissioners that everybody thought were very difficult to work with, but I appreciate those because we've argued, we've cussed and discussed, and we figured stuff out. And once you figure that out and you get to, you know, maybe it's you meet halfway, maybe you got 80% of it, maybe they got 80% of it, doesn't matter. But everybody comes up with a solid solution. So that's how I always look at the liaison situation. Thanks.
Yeah, I found it
I
difficult
ask
to work
you-
with Commissioner Shanefield sometimes too. That's a,
What was that? Sorry.
I said I found it difficult to work with Commissioner Shanefield sometimes.
All of
too.
you guys are
Yeah.
difficult to work with in my eyes. So it really doesn't matter.
Commissioner Tillman.
Do we want to include the capital construction? Because it's kind of a committee of the department heads, right?
Committee department head and Commissioner Lloyd and elected officials.
So maybe it should be as one of our, because it's a pretty important thing that you've started doing is that capital project.
Yeah, some people think capital is a really good thing. Other
And-
people don't
and
think it's a
it's-
good thing. So it just depends on where you're at.
And Mr. Chairman, and the capital facility committee's been open for any commissioner to go to.
Yeah.
Any of them are.
I just don't, we don't have it on.
You know, and
so
we've
I think it's
also
important
added-
to
Oh, I
put
see
it
what
on
you're
here.
saying.
We've also
Put it on
added,
the list.
we've
yeah.
also added a couple people because, you know, like Marty spoke up and said, hey, Christina has all this money and grant funding. She goes, why isn't she on the committee? Because she can speak to that. Okay, let's add her. That's a great thing. So, okay, thanks.
Thanks,
Thank
Gene.
you. Okay, other comments from commissioners? Okay, so I'm distilling, unlike marinating, it's different. So with our outside organizations, we feel good about having them come report to us. And again, any of those meetings are open to anybody to attend whenever they like. I mean, is that, is that good?
I think it is.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay, and then as the chairs or members of these boards, those are, you know, kind of
Those are
separate
good.
things. And so we'll leave those alone.
One thing you might ask is if anybody wants to give up their chair. and you say
Does
your
anybody
place.
want to? Is anybody tired of what they're doing or want to mix it up?
Well, just a minute. Joint Powers Water Board.
Mhm.
Shouldn't that be the Sweetwater County coalition, the water?
perhaps used to be called.
Used to
Protecting the
be
Green?
protecting the greens, but now it's Sweetwater County, something or other, water users.
It's the way it was listed
Coalition.
on our.
I'll change that
county
with you.
website.
Yeah, Sally knows it, but that'll be good changed to that.
Okay.
All right. Okay, good. Thanks.
But you still want to serve on it no matter what it's called?
I don't care. No, I want to serve on it. I just want to make sure it's the right ones. If I have a heart attack tomorrow, you're going to point somebody to it.
All right.
And they'll have to go looking for it then because we didn't fix it.
True, true. Departments, then, we've kind of had a little bit of hodgepodge here. What would we like?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just from what I've heard, I think it would be a good idea to have maybe one person as the point of contact liaison. And I think that maybe we should define that and maybe we can work on that in between this meeting and the next meeting. And then give everybody the opportunity to put down, maybe what they would like to either continue to be as the point of contact on, what, ones they would prefer not to be, anything like that. And maybe all of that directed to you and Sally to help organize for the next meeting. And then also knowing, and I don't know if this for elected officials would be helpful, is having a point of contact almost in the opposite direction to ensure that communication from us, if we need something from them, and I don't expect that would be something that's going to come up often, but just communication coming back from the board to our elected officials and obviously the department heads that we're the liaisons for. And same thing, if there's an emergency and somebody needs to reach out to us, that we would have that point of contact. It would be a slightly different role. And maybe, again, we can define that, the difference between elected officials and our department heads and what that looks like in between now and the next meeting and present that.
Mhm.
And I'm willing to help with the wording on any of that if you'd like.
Thank you. Any other comments on departments? Is that kind of the
Sounds
feeling?
good.
That's what I gathered, Roy.
Chairman
Mary?
Smith?
Yeah.
Just we need to add juvenile probation to county departments.
Oh, good catch, Roy.
Thank
I
you.
read it like 5 times to make sure it was not there before I said, hey, I don't
And
think.
presently that's Jeff and myself.
Yes.
Is that what you were doing down there, Roy? Was reading all that time? Good. Thank you.
Thanks, Roy.
I'll add that on. Add you. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
One other thought, it should behoove of us if we decide like, hey, I'm going to go to the library meeting tonight, because all 5 of us probably love to go to the library meetings at times, but then we maybe put an email out to our fellow commissioners, hey, just so everyone knows I'm going to go to this meeting, so we don't accidentally run into a situation where 3 of us decide to go to the same board meeting on the same day. I mean,
Well-
it's doubtful that it's going to happen.
I don't think that's an issue because it's not our meeting. And
Okay.
so all 5 of us could go. Is that true, John?
And I would leave whoever the liaison is for those groups until we change the next meeting.
Is that true, John? Can we all 5 get together at the fair or run into each other at dinner and not be a quorum?
That is correct.
Okay.
As long as we don't make some major decision for the county, right? Or
Yeah,
discuss
I-
county
I
business.
think,
I'm just
Optics.
clarifying.
I think that that discussion can be continued, I think, for the next meeting.
Okay. That sounds serious. All right. But yes, I don't think there's an issue if we all 5 attend the hospital board meeting. Is that true?
So
I'm still counting on you.
It is a good time.
Unless you call and say you need coverage.
it's, yes, I think if it's just you attending because you want to attend, then that would be correct.
Okay.
If it's something that you're essentially saying is part of the responsibility, then that's a little different. So it's a fine line is the reality of it. And so as you've said, any commissioner can attend any meeting that he or she chooses to attend. And if you were to fortuitously arrive at the same location, then that's not a predetermined situation. If it's predetermined by the board in some fashion, then it would be different. So if you're assigning people to the hospital, then if 3 go that are assigned, then that would no longer be appropriate.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Pretty much along the lines of what I was thinking. Good. And then our back to the traditional, so CLG and federal partners. Doc and Mary, do you still mind leading there, doing those things? Is that
Okay with it.
that federal partners meeting always runs into a meeting that I have at work every month. And so and then CLG, you two seem to have a good finger on the pulse there, but Doc saying yes, Mary?
Yeah, the federal partners, that's different from the Rock Springs Chamber. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Because that is a chamber sponsored.
Yeah, the
That
leadership.
Wednesday morning, 7:30 meeting. Yeah.
Federal partners?
Mhm.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And then others. We kind of talked about those. Do we want to have them come present to us? Just report? I mean, these are areas where we really haven't had very much contact at all. So is that appropriate and okay with you?
Quick question, please.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Mhm.
on the ambulance board,
Yes.
their existence is short term, I believe.
Mhm.
I'd be more than happy to continue on that board and do it monthly as it's planned. And I know Commissioner Tolman's covered for me when I couldn't get there and has been there as well, which I appreciate very much. But they're so short-lived. I think we need to be there just to hear how things are going with the as they transition forward.
Okay.
And then if something happens to fall out with it, that it doesn't change, which I hope it does, it continues positive. Then we can decide what we want to do with them. But if the rest of the commission's agreeable.
I'm good with that. Okay. Just because the special circumstance there and the fluidity of it, that's probably a great idea.
Well, just one comment on that. I think we have the key players there. If they would, I've talked to some of them about help as their exit report. Give us a vision. What would they see as an ideal and alternate ideal to ambulance and fire?
Sure.
Because you have some of the key important people there, and yet they meet once a month and they listen to Sweetwater medics and then they go home, basically. It's kind of a,
Well, they're
not utilizing them. I know their role. I understand their role, Doc. I understand.
Yeah, I was going to say, I agree with what you're saying, but that board isn't charged with that at this point in time. I think what you're thinking about for long-term planning, that could be another board that consists of the same people, but specifically that ambulance boards by the resolution and that hasn't changed yet is charged with specifics. And I agree with you. The right people are there, but I think it takes another, I might just say resolution or whatever, with a charge from us as a group to start that movement. Does that make sense?
I agree. I think you're correct that the people that are there, Mary, are, very much involved in that, but it is two separate things, but not saying that those people you can invite those people to come and present an idea to us or whatever they feel or you feel is appropriate, but yeah, tapping into their knowledge that they have is absolutely.
Well, and as I think ahead, I know that you and Roy are going to present some options for fire. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, I
the
think
committee
after
will.
those, huh?
Yeah, the committee will. We have
Well,
a
yeah, that's
committee.
fine. But I think after that happens, that's a good time to have that group come in and talk to us as well as others in the community that are impacted with fire, i.e. industry or anybody else as we move forward, because depending on what the options is we're moving with or anything like that. But I see that as maybe a point in time when we conclude there to look at the future for that group. But yeah, I see some things moving as we move ahead for the importance of that, especially based on when that committee presents, Commissioner Tolman. And I think that could all fold together then. But I think it depends on what that committee is going to recommend. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Good discussion. I appreciate that. And I will amend this.
Yeah.
And get it back out to everybody.
Under other and special districts, I mean, I agree with Mary having them all listed on a piece of paper, but I'm not quite sure they need to come in even quarterly or annually, semi-annually, but maybe as desired, if we want them to come in. I just, otherwise we're gonna, I mean, I'm okay with it. If everybody on the board wants to meet with all these groups, being an elected commissioner, part of the board, if everybody wants to, I'll do it, but God, I hope you don't.
I'm with you there. That makes sense.
I don't think they need to come and
No.
talk to us unless there's something big that they
there-
feel like they need to share.
Fair enough.
We haven't heard from them and we haven't really been as a part of their.
For 7 years, there's some of them I've never heard
Yep.
from, and they're doing great. We'd only
Yes,
screw them
ma'am.
up.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you for that. With that, we're on to commissioner comments and reports, and almost an hour behind. So apologize for that. Commissioner Wendling.
I'm going to help you.
What have you got for
I'm
us?
going to help you start catching up. I just some things I attended. I did take some time off and head south where the weather was nice, and did a little golfing and did a little sinning in the casinos. So anyhow, but in between all that, I did attend a ribbon cutting for Rock Springs Satellite High School. Nice building. It's going to serve its purposes very well for School District 1. And it's a great addition out there north of town in that school community. Also, Young at Heart's meeting, big thing that's coming up, I believe, here shortly will be the casino night, which is a big fundraiser for them. And of course, they're very excited because they're going to be able to have their event and be able to basically have people meeting. They're serving dinners and stuff. So everything's moving along. They're having great participation in their pickup meals as well as home deliveries and that type of thing. And then lastly is I also, along with Commissioner Toman, attended the Rock Springs Junior High School Community Day, where we talked about basically the theme was how kids could the importance of being involved through service work. And also part of that involvement is how do we treat people and how do we get along? So you might call it a be kind event. You might call it a service event, but anyhow, it was an enjoyable half hour. And I believe from talking with Commissioner Toman, she had a great time, but I'll let her talk about her group. I had a special ed classroom of students, and didn't take them long to start asking about, what it is they could do for the community, how to get involved. So it's a great group. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for Commissioner Wendling? Thank you. Oh, I'm next. Look at that. Sneaks right up on you. Yeah, I also attended the Satellite High School ribbon cutting with Commissioner Wendling, and that was good. Good building. I like the vision. Kudos to everybody who's worked so many years on it to make it happen. And I had a good group of 3 or 4 kids that took me around and explained that were students, and they gave us a tour and explained how things work there in the classrooms, and they're very excited to be there. So good job all around on that, sticking with it for so many years. And also had opportunity to meet with Sharon Fain from Rocky Mountain Power along with representatives from Green River and Rock Springs, the Trona Industry, our planning and zoning, and economic development. We all got together week before last and to talk about the Natrium facility up in Kemmer, what that may mean. Also, just kind of everything was on the table. So it was a good hour and a half, 2-hour discussion, and it was good to visit with her and find out the thoughts of Rocky Mountain Power and how they can continue to be a good partner for us here in the county. So I appreciate their time of meeting with us as well. Hospital board meeting tomorrow, and did meet with had Board of Health last week, as well as Southwest Counseling, and both doing quite well. I don't think I had any particular notes on those. So with that, I will conclude my remarks. And if you have any questions. All right, Commissioner Shanefield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you've already heard today from Dave from the museum and Candy from the events complex. So I'm going to be short and sweet. SEDC, the 501c3 has been filed, as I already said, and they're still waiting on approval, which sometimes takes a few months. They are also partnering with the Wild Sage Market for a public open house on February 23rd at the Green River Rec Center. Doors open at 5:30 and there will be a presentation at 6 p.m. And so you guys will see information of that, social media, just advertising it. And then the Small Business Education Series that SEDC and WWCC are hosting will begin on February 24th. That is from 6:30 to 8, and they're going to be held once a month at WWCC on the Rock Springs campus on site and then also virtually. And registration will be available this week as well. Topics that they have for that are February 24th will be HR basics for your business. March 24th will be social media for small business. They've got financial solutions for small business in April 28th. And then the Wyoming Business Council Resources Workshop on May 26th. I also attended a Wyoming, nonprofit association, and they have some information that they would like us to push out to all of those that get grants through us or funding through us, all of the nonprofits, just as in it's just resources from them on different areas where they can potentially get funding across the state and where they kind of lie. And so that would just be additional information that for the people that we work with here in Sweetwater County that I kind of offered that we could give them that information, or at least give them the opportunity to come take that information. And then I'll also present that to all of us as well.
Mr. Chairman, question for Commissioner Shanefield.
Yes.
How do we propose to get that out?
I was going to propose to work with Bonnie as we're getting the grant applications out to give them the opportunity to either get it sent out through a link and then maybe even seeing the community foundation could potentially pay for mailing if we need to, but I think that it should be available online anyway. So
Can we put it on our website?
I'm sure we can. Yep. And I would think that we could also put it with SEDC's website as well. It'd be
All
good
right.
information to put out there.
Thank you.
Yep. And I think that's everything I have. I've been stuck at home with a child that just had her tonsils out, 7-year-old. And so I'm very thankful for Zoom and I'm thankful to be out of the house today.
We're happy to have you. Any other questions for Commissioner Shanefield? Thank you, Commissioner Toman.
Okay. I'm still very concerned what might happen with our coal-fired power plants and subsequent coal mines. The Biden administration is not backing off. The new director of the Environmental Protection Agency is adamant that all coal-fired power plants that are reaching their age limit should be closed ASAP. And I know Mr. Luthi presented to us and said the governor's doing everything he can to or mitigate or keep our coal-fired power plant unit 2 going at Jim Bridger, but it's still a very serious issue because those could be forced into a shutdown sooner than they were ready to shut down by Rocky Mountain Power or Pacific Core. The Natrium plant, there will be a Zoom meeting next week to discuss all the ins and outs and ups and downs of that plant, and community leaders will be participating in that discussion. One concern I have is, and I think we need to promote this through our economic development, is where are they going to get the uranium from? We have an expanded uranium facility in eastern Sweetwater County, but I hear that they may be going to Russia to get the processed uranium that they need. So why aren't we looking to developing a processing facility if that's what they need? So that's one of the discussions I think we need to have with Rocky Mountain Power.
I think, Commissioner Tillman, that South Carolina is where it's coming from that they've identified. But why isn't it here is
Our uranium facility asked for 100,000 acre expansion near Bear Oil. So I mean, is there a possibility? And I've talked to Eric, and he's going to make some calls to see if there is a possibility of producing that special beyond yellow cake form of uranium that they would need for the Natrium plant or plants. I know as they talked to us, they said that there would probably be other Natrium plants coming online before, or I mean, being approved before that one in Kemmer is actually online. So there's still hope that we may get one. Special committee on county fire. We've had like 6, 7, or 8 meetings. We've met with God and everybody. Wamsutter, Granger, Green River Fire District 1, BLM Fire, Ashley National Forest. We're just trying to gather information on cost, number, and types of calls. And we'll have an update at the February 15th meeting. Thank you to Mr. Commissioner Lloyd for assisting with that committee, and Mike Bornasian, Gary McLean, and Gene Legursky, and Don DeLeon. So appreciate all of the work they're doing to help us look at the best options, which will be determined by the commission. We're not going to select the option. We're just going to present the facts and figures, and then the commission can make a decision what they want to do. But we're just looking for efficiencies and better service for all of our fire departments. I attended
Mr.
WCCA.
Chairman,
Yes.
question for Commissioner Tolman.
Yes.
Looking for efficiencies and what else?
Enhanced fire support.
Okay. Has there been any requests for assets or anything like that?
No requests. We're just asking for a list of all assets so we can get a summary of what is available in the county. So we have requested a list of all of the fire department's assets so we can determine ages and
Why?
what do we have available in the county?
Why?
How much duplication are we seeing, for one reason? But it'll be in the proposal. You'll see the reason.
Well, I
don't know
I'm-
that there's a reason. We're just wanting to know what assets are
excuse me, I
available.
think I had the floor, please.
Well, you asked the question.
I know, but I was talking and you interrupted me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Requesting assets and that for county equipment and stuff in some fashion, I think would be a request that comes from the board as a whole to determine that rather than just individuals as far as trying to figure out efficiencies. I don't see where that meets, but I was just curious, and I don't think the timing's right to ask for assets because I don't think that's an issue of efficiencies or what other goals you had on, but I'm just curious if that's taken place. Thank you.
Commissioner Wendling, it's public knowledge. We're all entitled to our opinion.
No,
So
but-
I respect
no,
that. I respect that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
keep in mind, it may be public knowledge, but when there's a request for county stuff, for the most part, and that type of thing, we as commissioners act as a whole. We don't act as an individual or individuals. I think, yes, at some point in time, assets need to be looked at, but when that comes into place and that type of thing, it should come from us as a board, not me as an individual. Thank you. That's all I'm saying.
I won't respond to that. I'm not going to respond to that. If it's a legal question, we'll work it out with Mr. DeLeon. I don't know. My next, I attended WCCA legal webinar regarding all vaccine mandates in the country. That was very interesting. The opinions are all over the place. But it was very interesting.
Say the least.
The final opinion basically was that maybe our president is acting out of order in issuing so many mandates, but that's another issue. I did attend the Republican Party meeting, and they did have a presentation on Convention of States by Steve Dewar, director of the Wyoming Convention of States group that is trying to get the legislature to, and I don't believe they can do it this term anyway, to authorize a Convention of States, which is proposed in the Constitution under Article 5. The convention of a number of the states having at the time of their adopting the Constitution expressed a desire in order to prevent misconstruction or abuse of its powers that further declaratory and restrictive clauses should be added. And they have a process for doing that. So it was just discussed, no action was taken. I'm just bringing it up as a point that our founders of the Constitution saw a place where at some point in time, there may be a reason to call a convention of the states to determine other clauses. And the legislature did consider it at the last session. Senator Kolb talked about it at that meeting. So far, I believe 17 states have passed a resolution to ask for a convention of states. And there are a lot of protections in there as far as they couldn't change the Constitution without going back to the states and a majority of the states. So I just wanted to mention that as, as something that is being considered or may be considered in the future. I attend the Coalition of Local Governments meeting, as did Commissioner Wendling via Zoom. I helped co-found that group to give us an opportunity to meet with other counties and conservation districts to leverage our dollars to be able to be effective cooperators on all the federal plans and projects that we saw coming up. We were standing up against $1 million federal contractors developing federal plans. And we knew that as individual counties, we would never be able to afford to defend our tax base and our multiple use interests. And so it's been very successful to this point, but I guess what I'm asking is to go ahead and pay the second half of our dues and then just determine, whether we feel it's beneficial to continue as a member this next year or not. Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Tolman, when we approved our budget, I think we approved that
Right.
amount of money. So
Yeah.
that second installment is automatic.
Okay. And it
Yeah,
will
as
be
soon as,
coming in a
as soon as
bill.
it's
Yes.
invoiced and the invoice is signed, it'll get paid. So yeah,
Okay.
we made that decision in July as a group, and I think
I've
we
been
need to
secretary
stand by it.
treasurer of that group for almost 20 years, and I decided maybe I step back and let some others take a lead.
Well, I'd like to comment on that. I don't know how you did the job you did all these years
I don't
and did it
either.
as efficiently as it was done, because I have observed the many hurdles you've had to face trying to do that job plus represent. So you need to be commended. And I'm not quite so sure you shouldn't get a Purple Heart for doing that job.
I think my heart is purple fingers.
It's been, from what I've observed, it's been bruised, Commissioner.
It's a good cause, but yes, I tried to be the recording secretary and the treasurer and still represent either the conservation district or the county. And I
Vice
could see
chairman and chairman when
that it was
needed.
a bit of a conflict.
But no, thank you for what you've done. I
I
don't think all of
appreciate
us
that.
would know what you've done if one of us wasn't there to observe it. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much. Ashley National Forest had their first official cooperator Zoom meeting on January 25th. I'll talk about that in pre-decisional, because now as they start into that process until such time as it goes public, our comments are pre-decisional. I did attend the Connecting with the Community, the Kid Day. I had the advanced math class students, so that was quite exciting. I attended a webinar on the drought response operations for the Colorado River, and I believe Doc Wendling did as well. It's just something we need to watch about curtailment on the water and draws on the water, what may happen if the drought continues, and what's going to happen to the waters in the Green River. And we still have unallocated waters, but if you don't have water there to allocate, it could become a problem. So I know the legislature is looking to maybe hire an additional person to track and be housed in Sweetwater County to follow up with measurements and PR on the Colorado River and the Green River. So that
The-
was one item discussed yesterday.
The one, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Tillman, I think the one thing 2 years ago, I attended the conference in Las Vegas, the Colorado River Users Conference. And the one thing that became really clear is if the 7 states and Mexico and tribal nations couldn't get things worked out to deal with the water issue, the Bureau of Reclamation would step in and nobody'd have anything to say. The Secretary of the Interior would dictate water supply. So what the drought contingency plan and all the other things that the states are talking about and working on, they need to work on them sincerely, because the last thing we want done is 2 last things is 1, Bureau of Reclamation taking over, and 2, litigations.
Right.
Those 2 things we got to avoid as much as we can. Thank you, Commissioner Tillman.
I know the governor's task force, their focus has been with the state engineer's office to work with our other basin states to develop a consistent formula for measuring beneficial use of water, so that when a call is made on the river, that we can accurately try to project how much is actually being used by each state. And they feel that Wyoming's method with the satellite imaging as well as on the ground monitoring is more effective than what some of the other states are doing. So they're trying to get the rest of them all on the same measurement criteria. I attended the 2-hour pulse meeting yesterday with local legislative leaders led by Fred Van Aaron, and the legislators provided an update. I thought one of the most interesting parts was that the state's budget 10 years ago was 4.3 million or billion? Billion, and now it is down to 2.3 billion. 343 positions have been reduced in 10 years' time. So I think at least as a state, we're looking to be in a good position to come out of this session with the help of the ARPA and some of the CARES money, that we're not going to be in a negative position with our state budget. That was sort of the message I thought I heard yesterday from our legislators. I'm excited that our National Association of County Commissions meetings are going to be made available virtually. I was very excited to go to Washington, D.C. till all of the increased COVID activity. And so I decided I think I'll try to do that virtually. So we'll save a little bit of budget money there, I guess. I met with Eric Bingham on our federal planning processes and also our land and resource use plan for the county. So I think that is all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Commissioner Tillman? Excellent. As we save the best for last, Commissioner Lloyd.
Well, I'm going to start by saying, will this be one of our last liaison reports, since we really won't be the liaison anymore?
I think we're liaisons until the next meeting, aren't we?
Yeah,
for sure.
So this could
Okay.
be one of the last. So
Thank
we,
you.
I guess I got to make it memorable over the next couple, right? Okay.
Oh my.
So with that being said, a couple community things. Want to shout out to Green Rivers High School cheerleading team, state champions. That is really awesome. And also, Lauren will lead us in a cheerleader and later. And also, want to shout out to Tommy Dalton from Green River, the only kid from Sweetwater County that won the all-class Ron-thon this weekend, and that's quite an honor. And it was fun to watch and spend like 17 hours in the gym watching it, but it was awesome. All right, a joint communication bylaws meeting is tomorrow at 3:15. It will be our first meeting. I think it will be really an interesting process. Outside of that, I plan on attending the legislative forum on Thursday night, have office hours in the building tomorrow at, I will be in there at 3:15. Part of it will be on my teleconference, but I will be available after that if people need me. I just sent in the joint communication meeting last week with no significant changes or things to report. They did send us our annual report by David Halter, and I think we all received that. I would take a look at that if I was you. I don't want to recreate the bad juju that was going on here in the meeting a few minutes ago, but I want to talk about the fire committee for a second. I don't think, I want to clarify, I don't think we've given our asset list out at all, Chairman Wendling. We've asked the other agencies to share what they have with us. So if it's my understanding, we have not shared our asset list.
No,
We have only found out what other agencies had. So I kind of want to just clarify
Thank you.
that. No problem.
So then I should apologize to Commissioner Tolman for thinking it was, so I'm sorry.
So
I
we went
didn't
from bad
understand.
juju to.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I just thought it was
I'm
important to
done.
clarify that, and I wanted to make sure I am right in what I'm saying. And then I guess the only other thing I have to report is that's it. I just double checking my notes. Sometimes I can't even read my own notes, and I'm a little slower today than normal, so it's we're getting there.
Is that counting as memorable? I don't know. We're going to look for more from you next time. Okay.
I think you guys enjoy it when I'm a little less verbal sometimes. So.
Keep that Benadryl going. It's all good. All right. Any other comments or questions? Excellent. Then we'll move on to tab Q, ratifying a letter, Commissioner Tolman.
Well, just if I may,
You may, please.
to follow our process, when the Coalition of Local Governments comments on something related to our natural resources, I've tried to do due diligence and get them out to you, or Sally has. And it will say pre-decisional in the subject line if it's pre-decisional and cannot be shared. If it doesn't say that, it's okay to share it publicly. And this set of comments were sent out because I received no suggestions from the commissioners in the short turnaround time that we had. These are comments on the proposed rule for standards of performance for new, reconstructed, and modified sources and emission guidelines for existing sources of oil and gas, natural gas sector climate review. So I guess what I'm asking, if you've had time to read this, if you would be willing to make a motion to ratify the comments that were submitted on our behalf along with the coalition.
Is that a motion?
I would make a motion to ratify the comments if that's.
I'll second it.
acceptable.
We have a motion and a second. What discussion do we have? No discussion? Then all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. It is ratified.
So what, good written, well-written letter.
It was prepared by our legal counsel, Danielle Bettencourt.
She did a good job.
I thought you were the legal counsel too, Mary. It's not, you don't do that as well? Okay.
At one time in my life, my brother asked me why I didn't do something useful with all of my schooling. And I said, like what? He said, become a lawyer or a pilot. It was easier to become a pilot.
Probably more fun too.
Oh, much more fun.
No, John's sitting right here, you guys. I mean, come on.
Maybe he'll become a pilot.
Be
too.
nice
You
to the
never know.
attorneys.
He's going to do both. He's smart enough and young enough.
Excellent. Next up then, we have executive session, a number of items on executive session. So let's, we will try to move through those.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Break.
Quarter till 1:45. Come on back.